Chewie and I are flying in, ready to just hit them, right? Blow this place and go home. And this guy, who is this mechanical man who came in and kicked butt? LH comes in and brings down the hut right in front of us. Get ready to get splattered. I'm going to send in this fucking robot, and he's just going to go in and blow the shit out of everything. Are you ready?
And now look at all these terms for Christing. Pharmacon, Chrysantes. Talking about pharmacon, talking about Christing. Christing, drugs, Chrysamenos pharmakoi.
Let him kill and destroy.
And look, pharmacon is a drug, and it's referencing a Christ. Pharmacon Christon.
Now, I don't have my Greek lexicon in front of me, and so I haven't done the work myself.
Why the fuck would I listen to you then? And you don't know Euripides, one of the most famous. Okay, this dude. Oh god.
Okay, this robot, he's not accepting any falsehoods. He wants reality, and he's going to use his reason, his programming, man. He's going to go in there and blow the shit out of the place, right?
You like that intro? What's going on? All right, let's start. Ego emi o hoon. All right, I am the being, or I am the one, the being. That is Septuagint. Okay, there's you started the Greek, and okay, because we got a lot to get through today. I'm saying thank you everyone for being here. Let's have a look. Have a look at the chat. I might put this up now while we're not watching videos. I'll put the chat up there for you guys. What's going on, everyone? All right. Hell fucking Satan. I love the quote when was on with Polarity. He's like, well, if that's Jesus, hail Satan all day. Hail the congregation. Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. We are the best of the best. That was the line from I think it was the Justice League movie when the Flash is like one of the best of the best. Hail, welcome. Depends what you're talking about. Core of existence. Yeah, Saturn. Go look at David Icke's videos on Saturn if you want more on that. That's very interesting stuff. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Fuck yeah. Love when you catch a stream. Yes, thank you. I took some time off. Did one last week. We've got just a lot of news, honestly, in this one. A lot of news in this one. We might bring up some Greek, or if anyone wants to check Ezekiel 33. There we go. If anyone wants to put the Greek line in that one, please chuck that in the chat. We can have a look at that. My guy. No, you're all my guys. Thank you. Men in Black. Love your accent. Fucking Australia, cunt. Alright, I got it. Alright, let's go start with the first video we're going to bring, because I just caught it. I was just going through some things on the Twitter, on the X, because that's basically where we're getting all our news from these days, because it's just citizen journalism. So let's pull up this guy and see what he said recently. I think it was a few hours ago about, the whole situation.
This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. This is a critical period. They have a period of.
That's so fucked up. Stone Ages, because they already came up with that quote. Yeah, they're gonna send it back to the Stone Ages. But right here, it's like where he said, "Oh, people aren't helping us." I'm like, hang on, you started the fucking shit on behalf of Israel. That's not according to me. That is according to we watched in the last clip, the last stream with Marco Rubio saying, and then he went back, pulled back, and lied about it. Trump is loud. You are not. I'll turn up my my. Yeah. All right. Let me have a look at this.
We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also.
And who is affecting them? You're the one that fucking started it. And he's now he also said a lot of countries are helping them. Well, I've got another piece of information that he said Australia basically can fuck off because you're not helping us. I'm like, yeah, what are you talking about? We're not helping. All I've seen from my news agencies is like, oh yeah, we've always supported the fucking US and all this shit, but we are a leftist country right now because the Labour government, which is our left party, is in power, and yeah, they're kind of in between a rock and a hard place because I saw one of our senators, I think she's like the foreign minister as well. She's like trying to do deals with people to get oil through the strait, and they're like, yeah, nah. So it's like they're fucked either way. But for him to say that, it's like you're the one that caused it, and you want to say, oh, countries are helping us. It's like not as many as he wanted. Didn't he say Spain could fuck off too because they're not helping? Yeah, you're the ones that started this shit.
A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants.
They're going to have no bridges and no power plants. Like, we've seen video footage of, like, Israel blowing up Lebanon. Like, I'll bring that up too. But then or another video of them blowing up bridges and power plants. And I think there was an airport too they blew up. It's like, hang on, this is the civilian airport apparently, and I'll turn that down and then because in my ears it's not too loud, but I'll turn that down a bit. They blew up a civilian airport. It's like, hang on, I saw someone said, isn't that a fucking war crime? Isn't that a war crime to blow up a civilian, like not military targets? Like, they're literally saying they're doing civilian targets, bridges, and like, what is this? It sounds like fucking Batman now. They're gonna pull up all the bridges because they're gonna destroy the. This is fucking ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But let me pull. Oh yeah, that's right. I should be right on this one because I have a separate tab. Okay, let me do this. Take that off for now. Bridges are military infrastructure. Well, yeah, sometimes. But what if they're just people just driving on the bridges? Just civilians. No, not that one. I want... There's so much I got to get through. Like, I've just sent myself so many clips and things. I'm like, okay, I've got so much to get through. Let's have a look. See if I can find... Here it is. Here's the Australian one. Let me pull that up here. And put that there. Remove that. Okay. I might just do that screen. That one. So he just said we have a bunch of countries helping the US, but apparently this is on Ben Fordham. He's a radio broadcaster over here. Donald Trump has called out Australia again. The US president says we haven't supported America in the Middle East. They didn't help us. Why would they? They're a bunch of leftists. British Madison County. Isn't that a movie? It's hot in here. Sorry. There you go. Oh, yep. Well, look when Israel moved in. I got a video of this now saying there's another video I just pulled up here which has a bunch of, here we go, migrants from Israel who are leaving Israel now and going to Greece. And everyone oh, I gotta share the audio. So and they're saying something that I can't say, something that is banned in in Queensland it's banned, but they're saying a phrase which we all know what it is. I'll share the audio for this so we can listen to it, because I'm not allowed to say it. Well, someone in Queensland might be like, hey, put him in jail. Here we go. So Israelis are fleeing Israel. That's interesting. They're fleeing Israel, and that kind of makes me think, well, maybe they think that their country won't exist very soon, which is a scary thought, but still, look what's been happening. And now these are people in, I think it's, yeah, it says in Greece. And now what are they saying? These are the Israeli refugees. Isn't it crazy how you can all be refugees, but you don't want refugees going to your country?
To the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Now that chant is banned in Queensland, my northeastern state. So and I showed last time, if anyone says that, someone who said that, I'd had a t-shirt that said that and they got arrested. Okay? I haven't watched this whole thing. Someone said murderers. They're screaming out murderers.
To the sea, Palestine will be free.
See what so the original stories, they're from, if you look back at the ancient texts, they could be from Sparta and Crete, and then they immigrate to the east, to Jerusalem and all that, Judea, and other parts of Europe after. And now it's funny that when it all comes back on them, they're going back to Greece. I just thought that's funny. They're going back to there. Yeah, I can't say that first bit. Well, in Queensland, you can't, it's banned. You can't say this in Queensland.
To the sea, Palestine will be free.
From one place to another, Palestine will be free. You can't say that. But news organizations can get away with it by saying it. You heard about 30% of Israel is leaving. Well, and what? The other 70% are what? Living in bunkers that are only for Israelis, only for Jews, which we've seen videos, and I think I've got some more videos where they're kicking out, or they're not even letting Christians or anyone else into their bunkers because they say, no, this is for Jews only. So, okay, that's interesting. See the double standard? I'm trying to point, this is what I'm pointing out. The double standard in this hypocrisy is like, okay, the Jews can say, or Israelis can say, we don't want you in our place because you're not Jewish. It's like, okay, that's fine for them. But if anyone else from the West says, hey, we don't want these people because they're destroying our fucking way of life. And I'm not talking about just Jews. I'm talking about people from other places who are committing crimes, rapes, murders, because of an ideology they have and when they're coming from. You can't, if we say that, oh, we're anti-Semitic, racist, Islamophobic. It's like, that, no. You look at the text, which we did last time, and all the people who are perpetrating this hate speech are the ones you're trying to protect, okay? Let me see if I can pull up some of that, because I have, well, that's, we'll get into Trump stuff later, but I want to get into the Israeli stuff, because this right here, it shows you Netanyahu joked he controlled the USA. Well, this is what I'm going to bring up right now. This is what I'm going to bring up right now. Something else I saw. I'll zoom in because there's something else in that I don't want to put up. Now, this is from Insider Paper. and it says, this was 3 a.m. my time. So what, about 7 hours ago? Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has warned Trump against a ceasefire deal, an Israeli official told Axios. Isn't that interesting? No, we don't want ceasefire. We don't want ceasefire. We want to keep bombing the shit out of these places and keep expanding our territory. Yeah? Do you see how this works? Like, it's so obvious now. You know the that's easier. You know the scene in To Kill a Mockingbird? I just feel it hits so much right now. It's like when he says, this is something that's so obvious I shouldn't have to point out, but he does. But it is. It's so obvious what's going on now that it's not just me, it's not just you guys, it's everyone is seeing this now, and everyone's having reactions to say, hey, this is bullshit. Stay where you are. You caused this shit. We can see what you're doing, and no one, even like even Jewish people who are like the full-on Hasidic looking, they're even going against the country and the government. And other people who are Zionists, they're anti-Zionists, they're going against Zionists. They're saying, hey, fuck you. So you've got infighting between Jewish people now. It's like, what are we doing? They're using, and I'm going to say something, and then I'm going to bring up evidence to back it up. They're using Nazi playbook, and they're quoting Hitler, okay? These people are quoting Hitler for what they're doing. And I really want to bring that one up, but I've got so much to send. Where is it? There's one of these, I don't know what he was, what his actual title was, but he went on to quote Hitler to show that we can do this to Gaza. I'm like, fucking hell. Like, do you not see who you are becoming? That's a really important one I'll bring up later. That's an Australian one about the Israeli lobby. That's another terrible one. Someone don't feel sorry for starving Gazans. I'm going to bring that up. There was, I wish I could find it here. I got so many things to send to myself. And then you have also the National Security Minister, who I think, is that the same guy who popped a bottle of champagne? He was going to pop a bottle of champagne on the Knesset floor when they said they can execute terrorists. They have lost the public. They have. It's all turned on them now. Let me see if I did it on my actual, if I just reposted it. Sorry, I'll just send myself hundreds of things. Okay, let me have a geese. I wish I had already, but he was quoting, he pulled up, this is the guy, he said, this is the guy we shouldn't talk about, and then he goes on to quote him. Oh, wow. Okay, this is, wait, what? There was a post about masks that had that showed the toxic CO2 levels, and it looks like it's gone now because they limited their account. Popping, but yep. Russia ain't the bag. Well, look, it's so convoluted now. It's like, hey, can we just have a straight up fucking, just give us the fucking truth, man. But that's where we're at. We can't have truth and reality because they're covering up crimes. We know they are. Look at the files. We know that's what they're doing. So let's start a war, bring out the fucking aliens, do all this shit. So all this goes away. Tom Hanks, what's up, Dan? Yeah, Tom Hanks sees it. If you looked at any of that stuff with Tom Hanks, it's terrible. Trump is a tourist. Yep, I'll agree with that. Like, based on what he's been doing. All right, let me just pull up this then because there's just so much shit. There's just so much. Let me go. This one. This one. That can go. And let's see what let's see what they got to say for themselves. All right, let's just see what they got to say for themselves. I don't know if we watched this one last time. No, I think we watched this one last time. Look, they want to use. Let's just have a look. They want to use an atomic bomb. I love you, Greek. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, what like because this kind of bomb, they said it only targets the people and it doesn't destroy buildings. I'm like, oh, we're at that level. We're at that level. We're talking about invading army with Normandy style or non-conventional. That's where we're at. We're talking about invading, and Trump sent troops, and we're sending people. The Australia's sending people. I'm like, hey, no, stop fucking doing this shit. Stop sending people to die for Israel. And that's not my quote. He said there was that guy who broke his arm because he was at the some Senate hearing, was it? And then they were reefing him out of the room, and his arm was stuck in the door, and they broke his arm. It's like, that's retarded. And when I say that word, I mean the definition, which is to slow down society. Thank you. Welcome. All right, let me see if I can pull. Oh, yeah, I need to pull this one up. Because this explains a lot. Okay? This explains a lot about... I remember watching this clip or this show a while ago on history or whatever it was. But looking back and seeing it now, it explains where Joe Rogan is at. It explains exactly where he's at. Let's take a look. It's on one of those, I don't know if it was the conspiracy show or one of those other ones, but it's like the ancient aliens guy with him. But just listen to what Rogan says. I'm like, oh, now it's all starting to make sense.
We'll show you the real deal. But not only can you never talk about it publicly, you have to be a debunker publicly.
I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available, okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care.
We'll show you the...
So if you get shown, Rogan said, if he gets shown the real shit, he will basically be a CIA asset and just misinform people. It's very interesting that you see where he's at now in his time, in his shows, what he's talking about, what he's trying to bring up with Theo Von and all that. Theo's like, yeah, fuck Israel, this is all bullshit, this genocide's fucked. And Joe's trying to talk about other stuff. He's a priest of the man. But see what I don't get with that? Like, he seems so genuinely like confused and like interested when Danny was on, which I did in my video. He seemed genuinely interested when Danny brought up, hey, Christ is way before Jesus. So that's what if he knew that shit, then he wouldn't have been that confused about it, unless he's just playing along. But it didn't look like he was. Yeah, look, his stand-up is meh, but he was all from the UFC days. Like, he was massive in UFC. Like, I remember when I started watching it back in like 2008 at school. It's like, okay, and then everyone started watching him. He had really good like interviews back in the day with like Hancock and all that when they first started doing stuff. But after seeing this and remembering it now, I'm like, oh, okay, now I see exactly where it is and what he's doing and why. This explains why he hasn't had Armin on. And he's not doing like legit. Well, he's doing legit stuff, but there was some picture that had like, here's all the people who are connected to Palantir, and here's who he's interviewing. And it's all these fucking people who are connected to the giant fucking corporations. News Radio, yeah, that's right. He was on that TV show News Radio back in the 90s. Yeah, that's a bit early for me because I was, what, 4? Yeah, like I did in my video, he had Brian Murarescu with Graham Hancock, and they were talking about all the stuff. And it's so fucking funny when Murarescu was saying, "Oh, I gave my immortality key book to the Pope," and I'm like, "Hang on." And then Armin's like, he got his medical. Brian got all the medical information from Armin, well, not all, but like medical information from the Greek text from Armin. I'm like, so Armin's work is, or some research is with the Pope. I'm like, that's fucking hilarious. That's awesome. Yeah, I showed, like, as soon as he had that Wes Huff interview within a month, it's like, okay, well, this is bullshit. Okay, let's pull. Okay, this is the hate speech stuff. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this, because this is someone talking about what they can and can't do. And if I said this, bye bye. And I've also got some Australian news for you. That's apparently someone got arrested for wearing a Fox Zionism shirt. I'm like, it's happening. And there's someone else who got questioned by police for. You'll see. When I show you it, it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. I'll bring it up. I'll try and bring up the next one. It's absolutely ridiculous. But let's listen to this one. Share that. Okay, I'm not saying anything. Just listen to this and see what this says.
Kill them in mass numbers, kill the civilians, kill the women, kill the children. This is the Israeli doctrine of war. They don't discriminate between civilians and military targets. They leveled Gaza. They destroyed all the schools, the clinics, the mosques, the hospitals, the housing, the water, the sanitation. We don't know the full death toll, but it almost surely is in the hundreds of thousands. This is a brutal regime. I'm sorry to say it. It's terrible. It is a rogue, brutal regime. It's doing the same in Lebanon now, and it's doing the same with its carpet bombing of Tehran in Iran. And the world needs to stand up and stop accepting this as something even remotely normal or acceptable. This is mass murder with U.S. complicity. This is the day that Iran was bombed, brutally. The day that the supreme leader was assassinated. The day that 40 leaders were killed. The day that the granddaughter of the supreme leader was killed. What happened? Well, the first speaker from Bahrain, the ambassador, said, "We are here to condemn the unprovoked attack on us by Iran." Unprovoked after an Israeli-U.S. aggression.
If he's a 33rd degree Freemason, that's interesting, because I showed you, like, well, as we've seen on Polarity, if anyone's watched that video, he did a thing where it was an undercover video where we know the Freemasons are following Solomon, and they are also, yeah, they're following the Torah and the Talmud. I'm like, okay, they're just Jews. They're just Jewish then. They're following Jewish law. So if he's, that's interesting, because if he's following all this and he's going against Israel, that's even more interesting. This is why things that don't add up, because if someone is that deep and they're following that stuff, why are they going against what they're following? But yeah, that initial bit was what I wanted to show, because that was the bit that I was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. This is the regime, this is who they are, this is what they're doing. And I think I said to the guys in the Discord that I'm in, look, I was on the fence. I was neutral with all this stuff, because I was like, yeah, whatever, Israel did this, but the Palestine's throwing back. I'm like, Hamas. I'm like, yeah, I guess I wasn't really ready to be like, okay, what the fuck? No, this is bullshit. That whole narrative's fucked. That's what one of my old friends used to say. The narrative's fucked. He was right. He was right about a lot of it, though. But I finally, and then you start reading the text and you're like, hang on a minute. It literally says that they believe they're above everyone else. They're going to have, if I can find it here, it says they're going to have 2,800 non-Jewish slaves per Jew. I'm like, How does that even work? If they apparently, based on the numbers and what they say, they want to eliminate what 2/3 of the population is what they say when this holy war fucking happens. So if you eliminate 2/3 of the population, how is every Jew going to have 2,800 slaves per person? Is there going to be enough people around for that? I don't know. And like, if you just study history, like just modern history, if you go back to the 90s, 80s and 90s, what are we doing? Iraq. We've been to Iraq so many fucking times. Like, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. They said that in the 90s against Saddam, and he was going into, well, Saddam went into Kuwait. They had to stop that, and then they said, oh, they got weapons of mass destruction. Iraq was, oh my god. And then they did, 9/11 happens, and you've got, oh, it was Saudis. Oh wait, it was Iraq. Oh wait, it was Afghanistan. And then you see videos of dancing Israelis, and you hear all these stories about how did Israelis get told not to go to work on before that day? Huh? Exactly. Dude, even COVID seems like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it? It's so crazy how fast time has fucking moved. It's so fucking crazy. Because we could think everything post World War II, we have a set decade. Here's the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. And then once 2000 hits, you're like, okay, we're kind of starting to get into, I don't know, things are starting to, once the internet hits, things are starting to get weird. And then you hit 2010, and then you go 2020, and you're like, what? Where am I? What the fuck? I don't even... Yeah, synagogue. Synagogue is a Greek word. Passports. How do you get the passports that are in readable condition that have been blown? It's singularity. It 100% feels like we're at a tipping point in history, which is insane. That we're living. Like, just stop and think about it. Okay. Regardless of what you think, well, we're living in a material universe, blah, 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 Earth, and we go to work every day, do the same shit, blah, blah, blah. What is going on? Like, I love Josh from Polarity's Beat. It's like, what the fuck is actually going on? Because, when we hit this point in time, we're living in, like, we've always thought, oh, this is the worst time for us to live. What's going to happen? This is always feels like, oh, there's going to be a war. It's going to be the worst time. What the fuck? But this genuinely fucking feels like we're in a time where who the fuck knows actually what's going to happen? Like, genuinely. Does anyone else feel like that? Like, if you think about the future, you could always go, oh, what's it going to look like in the future? We always had this idea of what's it going to look like in 22. Yeah, Space Odyssey, 2000: A Space Odyssey. We had all these movies, Interstellar. We have all these movies about futuristic and what's going to happen in space and all this. It's like, now you think about the future, like, are we going to be around in a couple months? Like, honestly, that's what it feels like. It feels like Cold War shit from the 50s is happening right now again. And it's even worse than that, because look at the bombs we have these days. I was watching videos, okay, what's the size of the nukes we have these days compared to what they had in the 50s? And it's like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we actually doing? Well, the very interesting thing about this one, the Jesuits, if anyone has read the Jesuit Oath, if you haven't read it, go and check out the Jesuit Oath and see what they can do. It's basically the same thing as like Judaism. They can subvert systems, do whatever the fuck they want to people, and it's like, now reality where we're living seems more, it all starts to make more sense now that, the people who are in power are like, yeah, we are living as if we can be the chosen people and destroy everything because we want to bring about the end of the world. I'm like, okay, well, that's where we're fucking living. This is why we are at the fucking point. America, the USA, you have the First Amendment. If you're in America, you have the First Amendment. You have all these rights. You have guns. What were they used for before? To overthrow the government when it was a fucking tea tax, all right? They're going to overthrow the British, fuck the British off because you had a tax on tea. Okay, we're way past that level. Does anyone give a fuck anymore? Where are you all? Where's your like American fucking spirit of, hey, fuck you, we don't care about, fuck the government, we hate tyrants. You're all just, you, I don't know where that's gone. Relax on what? The 90s were only good for a tiny part of the world. Yeah. Kanye constant cheering on it. That's crazy, man. It's crazy that everyone is coming around to being looking at that German stuff in the 30s going, hang on a minute. The numbers don't add up now. If you just look at the newspaper clippings from the 1930s. Okay. Yeah, 100%. 100%. We don't know what to trust anymore. But after fucking Epstein comes out, it's like, well, holy shit. Worship. Nah. But you look at the numbers. Okay, just go back to newspaper clippings. And it says here, 1933, was it? Judea declares war on Germany. It's like, well, hang on. This leads to this, and then this leads to this. Like, you can't just say it was the 30s, and then this guy, and then all of Germany just turned. It's anti-Semitic. I'm like, okay. Let's look at what was happening in Europe for, what, centuries before that. Okay? Centuries. You've got anti-Semitism. Even Jewish people who were living in Germany and Europe at the time in the 1920s and 30s, just after World War I, were like, yeah, we should move out of Europe because people hate us. This is Jewish people talking about this in the 1920s and 30s, before the Nazis came to power. So it's like, is it really just on them? And I would say no, because you got Theodor Herzl, which you look into Theodor Herzl and what he wanted. So he wants a Jewish, he wanted to leave Europe. He wants all Jews to leave Europe to get out of there because they're too anti-Semitic. And then he wanted to move them down to Africa. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense because Ethiopia, you know, have a Jewish population because, you know, what's the whole story? Freaking Thingo moved down to, it was in Ethiopia, and then the Queen of Sheba, and they had all that thing going on over there, down there. The world is determined a simulation. Does that mean free will though? Do we have free will? I'm pretty sure. I think we do. We can make our own choices, but I think I don't know if I said it on stream, but I'm pretty sure there are certain points in history or in your life that are going to happen, but you have the ability to make that choice and which way you want to go with it. That's what I think. Stick to what you know. I'm trained in journalism. The ancient history I just love. So I'm trained in journalism. So I've been reading and watching and studying like world politics for fucking since I was in high school. So you know what? Everything's outside everyone's expertise, because if you're gonna sit here and say, well, the experts who are in power are allowing, hang on, here's what the experts are doing. They know that they have the Epstein files, and these are the people in power that are allowing this to happen to kids. And what did they do? Oh, we're moving on from that. No, we're fucking not. You guys are the ones in power. So if you're the qualified fucking cunts who are allowing this to happen, and then you're covering up for all the crimes that you committed, and then we're going to start a war with Iran because of Israel, which that's not I said that. That's Marco Rubio said that. Israel was going to go do that. You're covering up for all these people who we know who's in the files. Who's in the files? Trump. What is apparently happened in the files that Trump did? Something with a 13-year-old girl. I'm not going to go into. And we've listened to Trump tapes before he came to power, which said, grab them by the pussy. This is how he talks about women. Like, this is And I showed the last stream. How do the Jews talk about women and girls 3 years of age? We can rape and execute them because they're not Jewish. That's Judaism right there. It's very interesting that they're talking the same way. Okay? So if the ones in power are the qualified ones, they can go fuck themselves because they're covering up for crimes against humanity. Okay? Okay, there you go. So no one's a fucking expert anyway these days. Because the people who are in power fucking shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. And look what they're letting happen to our fucking countries. New Zealand Prime Minister who wants to live in Australia now. What was she saying the whole time? Free speech is a weapon and censorship is necessary. Free speech is a weapon. That's what she's saying. That's what she said the whole time during COVID. All this shit. Like, here you go. Let me show you something that a Zionist did. An action that a Zionist did to someone who was opposed to them. And these are the people who are God's chosen people. Alright? God's chosen people. Get the fuck out of my face with this shit. Alright? I'm not going to play the sound. I'm just going to show you. Okay. So someone disagrees with this dude who's holding a fucking flag. And look, he's a Jew. And what does he do? What does he do? We are going to kill... Yeah, there we go. Okay. All of you. Look. Tiny hat mafia motherfuckers. Making a sign. Get the fuck out of here. If that's who you are, fuck you. Read the files? Yeah, well, we can't read all the files because they're all fucking redacted. They're all redacted from who did the shit. Thought we'll see some Greek. Yeah, not tonight. Maybe a little bit, but there's more important things happening than just some Greek. See ya. More Kiwis here in New Zealand, maybe these days. Like, look at the video we have of the tunnels. The tunnels in New York. Okay, who was coming out of that? The big hat Jews. Alright. What did, oh, fuck yes, I found it. I found it. Let's watch this shit. I found it finally. Okay. Put that up. Have a look at what a Jewish whatever fucking whatever he is. Let's just watch him quote Hitler. What a joke.
ארצנו. זאת הארץ שלנו כולה. ועכשיו מי שהיה לו, היינו צריכים להסתדר איתו איכשהו, כי גם הוא ישב פה, וצריך להיות הומני, והכל נכון, והכל טוב ויפה. הראה שהוא מייצג את האסלאמו-נאציזם העמוק ביותר, כמו שאנחנו לא מבינים, כמו שברור לנו, שאנחנו לא יכולים לחיות, איך אמר היטלר יימח שמו, אני לא יכול לחיות בעולם הזה אם יש יהודי אחד נותר בו. אנחנו לא נוכל לחיות בארץ הזאת עם אסלאמו-נאצי אחד שכזה נשאר בעזה. ואנחנו לא חזרנו לעזה, והפכנו אותה לעזה העברית. אתה רוצה להפוך את עזה לעזה העברית? חד משמעית כן, כי אם לא, אם עזה לא תהפוך ליפו, יפו תהפוך לעזה.
This bit right here is so fucked up. He's like, oh, may his name be erased, but I'm gonna go on and quote him to support me eliminating a whole population of people who I don't want around. There you go. Quoting Hitler to support your genocide. We're in a clown world. We're in a fucking clown world. It's ridiculous. We could not live in this land if even one such... See how they want to frame it? Islamo-Nazi. I'm like, yeah, but you're Jewish Nazis. So, fuck you. Doing the same goddamn thing. You're bombing Lebanon and taking over a security zone in Lebanon. It's like, hang on, I know Lebanese people. And I'm like, hang on, are you going to let this fucking slide? Are you going to let it... Well, it's not... They can't do anything about it. Can't do anything about it. Like, this is basically Poland. This is basically their Poland. 100%. that you're going to start taking over lands that aren't yours. Sovereign nations, Lebanon, okay? I don't care. They want to say, oh, Hezbollah, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But you're taking a fucking country's land to make, we know what they're making. They want to make their own greater Israeli Jewish state. It's like, hey, this is why I don't get, this is the double standard. Israel and Jews can have an ethno-nationalist state, okay? But no one else in the fucking world can because there was the Holocaust. I'm like, okay, I don't care what you want to say about the numbers. If it was 6 million, if it was hundreds of thousands or 2 to something million. I don't care what the numbers, I don't give a fuck. You can't sit there and go, oh, we had a Holocaust of whatever the numbers were. If you want to start playing that game, we can play that game. You can say 6 million, and then we can go, what about the other Holocaust against Christians, which was like 10 times that? What about the other fucking... How many other fucking genocides have there been throughout history? And all we're talking about is this one. Why? I'm not saying don't at all, but I'm saying you can't let them just say, oh, this Holocaust because allows us to now take over half of fucking the Middle East. And you look at their fucking text. Don't charge Jews interest. You only charge non-Jews interest. We are the chosen people. You're going to go die for Israel. This is what I showed in my last stream. Anyone who's not Jewish can go die for Jews in Israel. And how many, and when USA asked, can Israel send some troops to support us in Iran? No, thank you. They said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go take over Lebanon. But you can't use the Holocaust just to expand your fucking country. We're not taking it anymore. And people aren't taking it anymore, just as I showed. Just as I showed in Greece. Welcome. I am, oh fuck, I'm just talking about that. I've said it last stream. I'm dead set looking on bunkers and just like moving to the country, honestly. Until either they sort their shit out, or if it doesn't, then, well, we'll see what the fuck happens. It's fucking retarded. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, let me see if I can. I want to pull up this one because this is so fucked up that this is in my country now. I'm gonna find it's let me have a look. See if I read. I think I did. It's a dude in Australia being talked to by police. Because of something he's got on his car. And when I show you what that thing is, you'll be like, wait a second, what is this? Ridiculous. I might have posted it. Here we go. Oh, there's another one. Fucking Trump saying we're fighting for children. I'm like, bullshit. Release the files then. Liar. Oh, here we go. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's so much ridiculous shit that's going on now. Alright, let's pull this. This is an Australian cop. I'm not sure where, but just fucking listen to this bullshit that we've got to deal with now. Thanks to Israel.
Car, there are material that appears to be anti-Semitic.
What's the anti-Semitic material?
Well, there's a small watermelon.
Wait, what? What? You're fucking insane. This is legit. This looks like New South Wales police. This is my state. Yeah, New South Wales police. This is my state. This is some bullshit. On your car, there's material that appears to be anti-Semitic. And he asks, what is it? There's a small... Listen to how he says it.
Well, there's a small watermelon.
A fucking watermelon is anti-Semitic in New South Wales. I only laugh because it's fucking so... What else? What else do we do now? Like, I'm beyond the point of crying. It's like, it's so stupid. You can only laugh at it. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A watermelon, a small watermelon is anti-Semitic. Let me have a look. I think I missed a bunch of chat. Let me go back through the chat because I don't want to miss you guys. That's why I do this. Now, I'll get into some of this stuff because, like, I'm not just in the Greek and history. Like, I'm into this stuff because I'm like, okay, what the fuck are they actually talking about with this? And we do have some information on this. It's like, okay, what the fuck? No, not right now. Yeah, this is the bullshit. You can't say Semite when we know what they are. It's not just Jewish people. Like, there was a video that came out with the DNA of Jewish people, and it's like, okay, most of it goes Poland, Eastern Europe, Crete, which we know they did come from Crete and they emigrated from Crete, so Greece. And then you look at more of it, and there was one other one. There was Crete. I don't know if there was one other Greek area. I'm like, hello, they're coming from Greece and they're coming from Europe. Genetically, this is their own DNA tests. Yep, Elon wanted to go to the island, but he got told no. Yes, this bit, they cemented that over really fucking quick. Yep, ridiculous. Mnemosyne, memory, baby. New Zealand wondering this when this comes to us. Well, I think the good thing about your place is you guys respect the the indigenous people a bit more than most others. So hopefully they have more of a voice. Hopefully they have more of a voice to say, hey, Parliament, go fuck yourselves. Alright, what is there's just so much. There's just so much to go through. What else is next? Here we go. Okay, this is interesting because there's someone who used to stream with people I used to stream with on like a different, like on my other stuff, on my old stuff, and now he's coming out on Alex Jones and saying this, which is interesting. Well, I mean, he's pro-America, which is where they all stood, so I'm hopefully they still stand with this sentiment and not fall into the Israel stuff. Because he's saying this on Alex Jones, and he's a lawyer.
The Israel lobby has lost its course. It's lost its sense of direction, its moral center, its mental center. And we cannot be dragged into this suicidal, genocidal conflict by this lunatic lobby for a foreign nation. And that poses an imminent and the greatest threat to the peace and prosperity, the safety and security of the American people is the nation of Israel.
I just need that right there. Right there. That's what he said. And I'm happy with that energy that's coming around these days. Look at that book in the background, 1776. Like, get back to this, guys. Come on. Get back to this energy. 1776. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm not saying Alex Jones said. I'm saying what this guy said. I'm like, yeah, perfect. Now, who is? I heard the name, but I'm not sure that what he said or what happened to him. If anyone wants to put a thing, I'll have a look. Oh, here we go. We were talking about Joe Kent on the last one. He's a US politician. Now what did he say? he was saying, this attack is designed to divert from the main issue. Foolish war is not in our interest and only benefits Israel. He's saying this is only benefiting Israel. And look at Anna 3 hours ago, Anna Kasparian. Ignore him and keep going. Yeah, Anna's been fucking. So I used to watch TYT back in the day a lot because I was like, oh, a news outlet that isn't just talking bullshit, same stuff. And they've got different ideas on like, they're hammering hard on 9/11 and what the state and doing and all this shit. I'm like, yeah, cool. So I've been watching them a bit again because they're actually saying some. They went off. They remember when they had Dave Rubin on a while back, years ago, and then they had a big dust up with Dave, and they were having like, because he was back in Israel and all this stuff, and they're like, nah, and that was years ago. But if anyone thinks, or if anyone's like, hey, women would do better and all this, I'm like, okay, let's just look at what Hillary said. Okay, what did she say?
I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic.
Well, you know what's reckless, foolish, and tragic? Doing what the USA just did on behalf of Israel. Okay? And we know why Hillary did this years ago. And she said, when was this? 2008? So this is when Obama got elected and she was running against Obama. But what was happening back then in 2008? Who was she hanging out with? Who was her husband hanging out with? Who was probably all these guys hanging out with? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Epstein. They're all hanging out with Epstein. They're all covering for Mossad. They're all doing it for Israel. So she was on that side already. So that's why she's back in Israel back then. We know that. Dude, 2016 was the craziest elections I've ever watched. Like, those debates, when I watched those debates in 2016, I'm like, holy shit. Trump is, like, he just doesn't give a fuck, and he's just calling them out. He's like, because you'd be in jail, and, like, I'm going to arrest I'd arrest all you people. And then what happened? Absolutely fucking nothing. He's part of the same shit. Because he was buddies with Epstein. They were all buddies with Epstein. It's all the same thing. You got to go back to Epstein because it's all fucking related. It's all connected. We wouldn't be here in this situation if they could just stand up and say, yeah, we fucked up. We're the worst people in humanity. We're going to let the system reshape itself because we can't be trusted in power. That's exactly what they needed to do. But they're never going to do that because, what is it? Greed stains your soul. They're in there for money. Look how much money these people are making, and look how much money, it's like millions and millions and millions of dollars. Look at Nancy Pelosi, how much money she fucking makes. Yep, Mossad top boy, Epstein, fucking hell. They all work for the central bank. Now, speaking of that, this is perfect. Speaking of that, right here, I found this clip, and I'm just gonna play it because it's interesting, and it's about deep state Rothschilds and how the banking system, all this shit happened. Stench of ruin. Here we go.
So what is the deep state? It starts with the Rothschilds and the Vatican. And they control the City of London and Wall Street. And they personally appoint every head of every central bank around the world, and they appoint most heads of most banks across all countries. It's actually financial people controlling political people who control media and academic people who control you. And every decision that is made in Washington today is made against the public interest and in favor of the 1%. It goes all the way back to the East India Company and the royal family in England. So the deep state has always existed. The genius of the Rothschilds was to realize that if they could get governments to be stupid enough to let them run central banks, they could run everything. Also, you need to understand the European Union was never a union. It's always been a cartel. It's a commercial cartel, by, of, and for the 1%. It started as a steel cartel and then went on from there. And they love Goldman Sachs. They think nothing of destroying the Greek and Spanish, Portuguese, Irish economies. So what is...
There you go. And like, we need to go now. The weird thing is, okay, you want to go back to the 30s when they say, okay, Hitler kicked out the Rothschild banks, owned banks, because they were charging interest, and then he's made Germany like, okay, we can have German banks, German systems, all this just for Germany. And they're saying with the Vatican, well, why would the Vatican? We know that they helped Nazis escape through Italy to safety after when it was all going down at the end of World War II. So that just, things. Why would they help the Nazis escape? I mean, at that time, I guess they would have been forced to, because Italy was under fascist regime with Mussolini. So maybe that could have done it, but yeah. The Vatican, man. These motherfuckers, what do they have in their archives? I mean, we've already looked at the Codex Vaticanus so many times, and it's like, okay, well, the researchers who were looking at the Vaticanus were saying, this is so different to everything we've looked at. Why? Why is it so different to all the other texts we've looked at? They didn't trust it when they were first looking at it, because it was so different. So, and it says on the AI that they're telling us today, the Vaticanus is the most reliable and oldest source of the New Testament. Okay, well, why isn't it being pushed out more? Then you got to go back to the Protestant era, and so the USA takes the King James version. So that's a completely different. That's based on the Byzantine, so it's different. But I want to know, what the fuck do these guys have in their archives? 100%, 100%. What do they have in their archives? Because apparently they have a chronovisor, which, let's just go into, like, if you have a device that can see the future, of course you're going to use that shit to control populations. 100%. And if you listen to the Rachel Vaughn interview with Polarity, she's talking about the entities they're trying to contact with her family, and that's here in Australia. And it was about like the all-seeing eye. So yeah, if you have a contact with an entity that can see everything in time, even if they don't want to fucking like work with you, which is what she said. They're not happy about working with these people. But if you have an ability to contact something that can see everything in time, sure, you're going to use it. And then you're going to control humanity. 100%. Yeah, it's not just Armin. I'm gonna say everyone can do this. Like, if you just start reading Greek, start learning, and start reading more, you can be like, hey, what does it say? What does it actually say? What does this shit say? Okay? What is Mark 14:51? What does the Easter story say? Thank you. We've been there so many times, but we just got to repeat it. What does it happen? I had a comment on one of my videos from a month ago. It was like, I've been reading the Bible since I was a kid. I'm like, yeah, we all have, bro. What the fuck? It's like, you're saying terrible things. I hope you rot in hell or burn in hell. I'm like, that's very Christian of you, isn't it? Very Christian of you. Fucking idiots. All right, let me see if there's any more, like, Israel. Oh, yeah, because we're gonna get. That's so fucked up. Oh, it's just a funny one. Trump pledges not to annex Canada out of respect for King Charles. Now, why would Trump not want to annex Canada out of respect for King Charles? Huh? Well, who is King Charles? What is it? Is it his nephew? It's his nephew, yeah? Former Prince Andrew. Okay? You know what? I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna bring up this picture even if it fucks me on this site. I don't care. Because it needs to be shown, because this is why we are where we are. Where are you little fucker? It is Andrew. I don't know. It's the TMZ picture with Prince Andrew, and you know who he's with. Well, if you've seen it, you know who he's with. So just, and we know that they're all connected. So Trump's friends with Epstein, Maxwell. You know, Maxwell used to fly into where was it? Fucking Heathrow, one of the airports, Heathrow, I think, with a fucking military escort or some shit like that, or military plane. It's like, okay, well, she's flying into military airports. Why? Because Andrew was friends with her and Epstein. They're all connected. So that makes sense why Trump would say, oh, no, I won't take Canada and make it the 51st state. It's like, why would you? It's fucking... I think, didn't I read somewhere that one of the Canadian states wants to make their own, like, secede? Did I read that wrong? Or was it one of the American states? Like, here we go. Like, I posted this, what is this? March 9. And I said, do not lose sight of why this is happening. Okay? Now, we saw this last one. This is why. Because these people believe this. Now, this is the shit that was going on. God, the thing that I want to do that, dude, is fucked. Fuck. This is so fucked. And look, John Paul II blessing the fucking pedos. Now, it makes sense when you go back and you look at Armin's book, what's that? Oh, what's the book called? The old one? When he was talking about what the church used to do and how they used to abuse kids. All right? It makes sense now. And then we have, I'll bring up a video as well, because this is what I'm going to bring up. There's a video of a guy getting arrested. Original Sin, thank you. There you go. You can check out that book if you want. I know someone's done, I think someone did a like a reading of it on YouTube. But this bit right here, okay? How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel, okay? Israel should not exist because of this. Now, there is a video of, where is it? There's a dude getting arrested, and I'm pretty sure he's an Israeli in the USA, and he's begging. He is begging to get sent to Israel, to get deported to Israel, and not arrested. Didn't you see how this works? And there was that other dude who, here it is, and there was another dude who was a NSA guy. We all know that story. The NSA guy got fucking caught, and he got yeeted to Israel. It's like, why? Because they all get, some things are black and white, and that's how I work. I'm mostly black and white because that's how I see most things. Sure, there are gray areas, but when it's black and white and I see it clear, I'm like, fuck you. Look what's happening, and that's what I'm trying to do. Jewish Israeli child predator came all the way from Israel to meet a 13-year-old boy in the US. After getting caught, he threw himself into a full victim performance, begging to be deported. He escaped justice and was sent back to Israel. See? This should not be happening. This should not be allowed. You should not be able to... Okay. What was the old Bill Maher TV show? He's like, new rule. There was a new segment, new rule. Here's the new rule. Anyone caught for child offenses like this, execution straight away. Straight away. I mean, if Israel says right now they can execute Palestinian fucking terrorists, well, I want a new rule. Says anyone caught for this stuff, I don't care if you're in the government, I don't care what religion you are, I don't give a fuck where you're from. Anyone caught doing this stuff, straight gone. Bye. Now, if you say, oh, that's anti-human, I'm like, well, what these people are doing is anti-human. Now, if you're coming at it from a lens where you're not thinking about reincarnation and other lives and other places, and you think this is the only life we have, I can understand how people can have that idea. Like, oh, you can't do that because there's only one life. Well, you can't kill them. I'm like, okay. If you don't understand where we are living, and what is going on, like metaphysically outside our bodies, not just material, then yeah, I'm fine with sending this guy to the beyond so he can fucking work out his shit and then come back karmically and deal with all his consequences in the next life. I'm 100% for that. Or wherever the fuck he goes and deals with his own shit. Okay? I'm fine with that. Get them all gone. And look, that's Texas. That's in Texas. Do you reckon he came through the border? Probably not. But that's what's happening. They're begging to get sent back to Israel instead of getting fucking yeeted. Because Texas, I don't think fucks around. But they did now. They sent him back, pricks. Here we go. Shelters. Okay, what do they say? Shelters for Jews only. Could you imagine? Let's just go back to, what was it in the USA when they had segregation laws? Okay, isn't that awful and horrific, and we can't have that because segregation's terrible? Oh, but it's okay in Israel and for Jews. Do you see the double standard? Do you see it? It's all in front of you. It's right there. You're only allowed to be Jewish if you want to hide in a bunker. Because your country is bombing other countries, and now there's another video of all of them just living in a bunker, just having dinner and having a fucking celebration, drinking champagne. I'm like, what fucking mentality and mindset are these people working with? And when you listen to people who have come from Israel and they say, yeah, we've been taught we're the chosen people, we're the only people who get to exist on this earth, we're the ones who get to claim all this land. It's like, this is supremacist ideology. I don't care what you say. It's not white supremacist. Well, look at them. They're fucking white as shit, some of them, honestly. So, it's the same ideology as Nazis. And the dudes are quoting Hitler to support their bullshit. And this is the big fucking fat fuck who was popping champagne on the floor of the Knesset. Fucking. Someone needs to arrest us. Yeah, 100%. This account's fucking based. Now, he's Muslim Palestinian, but look, I might not agree with some things in Islam, but I agree with like what he's saying here. This is disgusting. The way they treat these fucking people who see themselves as subhuman. It's the same fucking thing as Nazi Germany. They want to claim all this shit happened to them. Like, okay, well, that doesn't give you the excuse to fucking do it to other people just because it happened to you. That should make you more humble and say, this should never happen again. Isn't that the fucking line? Hashtag never again. Well, it's happening right now, and it's happening by the people who it happened to. Fucking vampires. Don't only give Japs. Oh, dude. Just looking to think about it. If you're like, oh, actually, where do all those kids go? Where do all those babies go? Yeah, we know now. We know now. We didn't before, but we fucking do now. Oh, yeah. This is another good one. Talking about numbers and... He was a Jewish filmmaker. Talking... Looks like it might have been the 80s or the 90s or something. Now, this is not me saying any of this. This is this guy back in... A filmmaker. Jewish filmmaker. I don't know what year it is, but it looks like it might be the 90s or early 2000s. Oh, I know that. Yeah, I know that. 100%. Yep. Yep. And they say it was just for delousing and stuff. Okay.
If I could make a point now, she said the fact that 6 million Jews died. However, in 1988, the site at Auschwitz, where people can go and tour the gas chambers, they lowered their figure from 4 million dead to 1 million dead. So that was 3 million taken out of the equation overnight. Where did these 3 million go? Were they never there in the first place? Were they in the camps, and did they survive? And if you can lose 3 million people overnight, who's to say that 1 million remaining figure is not also wrong?
And let me ask you this question. Weren't some of these figures ascertained after the fact because they went back and did censuses after?
The source
source of the famous 6 million figure is an affidavit by one of the by somebody who was brought in at the Nuremberg trial in 1945-46. Even Raoul Hilberg, who's considered one of the major figures in the Holocaust, Holocaust historian, is professor at the University of Vermont. He concedes himself that the 6 million figure is based upon crude calculations. It is only highly dubious, and he says we must re-examine this whole question of the 6 million. Look, it's very interesting, Montel. People have heard over and over about 6 million Jews dying in Europe during the Second World War. How many people in this audience know how many Germans died during the Second World War? How many Americans died during the Second World War? How many Chinese died during the Second World War? In America, as time goes by, the more time passes, the more there's emphasis on the fate of one particular people during the Second World War, almost to the exclusion of everyone else. I mean, how many...
Exactly, that's what we've been brought up with. Like, no one really talks about, hey, how many Australians, how many UK, US people, how many Russian... Like, sometimes you get a bit of Russian numbers, but it's like, it's always about how many Jews died, and it's always 6 million. But you look at the numbers of how many there were in Europe at the time, and it's like, it was nowhere near that many. And it's like, you look at the numbers of other ones, it's got hundreds of thousands. And I think Mauthausen, where I've been to, I've actually went there in 2012 when I was on Kentucky, so they took us there. And the Mauthausen numbers on some images and some like old pictures, Mauthausen was #1 for deaths, not Auschwitz, and it was nowhere near millions. And it's like, okay, what the fuck's that about? Just asking questions here. Just asking questions. Yeah, and now when you look at the narratives shifting so much, they're trying to start. I don't know if I've got it here, but I saw an article that's trying to say we need to start indoctrinating the kids again to show them it was 6 million. It was 6 million. It was like all the numbers and all the whole. We're gonna start taking. Oh, that's right. It was in Germany. We're gonna start taking kids to Auschwitz again to basically indoctrinate them about the numbers. It's like, well, okay. Well, is that? Let me see if this is the. No, not that one. Yes, just read the numbers, read the charts. Just take a look, see what it all says. Was it a ritual number? Well, I mean, we saw that, like, you look, just try and find all the documents that say, oh, 6 million. Apparently, 6 million died in a previous one like 6 million Jews died in a previous one to other numbers. It's like, but how is it 6 million, then another 6 million, another 6? What? And I was just talking before with the guys. It's like, hey, the numbers on how many people actually died is completely different. And this is the Jerusalem Post talking about this. They're saying, like, in 2014, it was like 100,000, and then 2020 something, it was 200,000. It's like, hang on, it's the same website saying there's 100,000 extra people who were in the Holocaust who were like, what? Yeah, Russia was something massive. But how does that make sense that the same website is saying 100,000 something in 2014 or something, and then in the 2020s, it's 200 and something thousand? That doesn't make sense. And then there's a video. There was a girl. She says she's about 30 years old, and she was getting asked questions at the airport, and she's like, "I'm being harassed. I'm a Holocaust survivor." It's like, bitch, you're 30. Shut the fuck up. What is this? Like, is this the mentality? People who were nowhere near related to the Holocaust are saying, "I'm a Holocaust survivor," just because they're getting criticized for Israel. It's like, this is where we're at. Okay, this is important because this is basically what's happening here in Australia, but this is in San Diego, which is so fucked because it goes against the First Amendment. And there are people who were doing, like, we're doing talks at the community, like, event, and they were telling them, we don't want to hear what you got to say. So San Diego, it's fucking San Diego. passed a resolution defining any criticism, basically what's happening in Australia, of Netanyahu, Israel, or Zionism as anti-Semitic. What? First Amendment, bitch. We don't have that. You guys have that. And they're taking it away from you with this right here. And there was it this lady? There was a lady who stood up and said something, and they said to her, we don't want to hear from you. We don't want to hear about that. It's like, hang on a minute. You don't even want to hear what the... So they have all these people say, we don't want this to happen. And then they just passed it anyway. The people who are in power do not care about you, do not represent you. We've known that for years. That's why whenever I vote, well, I'm not going to say that. Yeah. But I would say, let me quote a view. Yeah, this is basically it. Used to be a person who disliked Jews. Now it's a person who Jews dislike. That's basically where we're at. Let me quote. What was the video? Brewster's Millions. Did anyone see Brewster's Millions? He said he ran for political office because he's trying to spend all his money, and he goes, vote for none of the above. That's what the quote is. All right, none of the above. Oh yeah, this is Israel. This is who Israel is. They built a prison for apparently only non-Jewish children. Hail the First Amendment. Fuck yeah. Like, Israel built the only military prison in the world designated for children. Conviction rates are 99.7%. The children, what are you talking about? Then this is an old report, yeah. Prisons for kids. Children, Israeli military detention. This is what happens to them. We know this. We know this one up the top right because we've seen videos of them covering up what was happening when they were doing things to... so fucked. Armin did a whole video. I don't want to bring that up because I'll get in trouble, but this is shit they're doing. And they want to claim victimhood all the time. All right, let me... Oh, this is a great one. Now, did you see... This is... I don't know when was this from, but this is interesting to see the comedian. You know Bobby Lee? He was a comedian on... he's on whatever that show is. He said what the Israeli government does for influencers. So this was June 2022. What did he say?
Israeli government is flying out like celebrities for free out there to do a tour for free, and it's on the house. They fly you first class, the whole thing. And I go, it's free? And they go, yeah, it's not free. Because when you land there, they go, you have to every day tweet positive things about Israel.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I just felt so uneasy about it. I don't know much about it. I just know that they're in conflict. But I did what they said. It was just basically, you know, Palestinians, Israel's a beautiful country.
Yeah, that's probably true. That's true.
It is true, but then it's like I had to tag the government in it or whatever.
Oh, that's crazy. The Israeli government?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. That's weird as shit.
Yeah, and it was just like every day it was just nonstop.
You were cucking for the Israeli government.
Yeah, but I wish I hadn't gone really. Israeli government.
Yeah, there we go. You wish he didn't go because they made him fucking tweet back then. Tweet fucking pro-Israel, pro-government stuff. Tweet the government stuff, pro-government. See? This is propaganda minute. They're using the Nazi playbook. Propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. Just make us look good the whole time. Make everyone else look bad. And just to prove, here's how they treat Christians in Israel. People who are supposed to be connected with them. Yeah, Judeo-Christian and all this shit. Actually, well, how do they treat them? That's, if you didn't say, that's kids. Yeah, guys, and kids spitting on people or at their feet because they're Christians. Like, if anyone else in the fucking world did this, to them, you'd be in jail. That's just school. It's just school in Israel. It's just what they're taught. We're the best people in the world. We get to have non-Jewish slaves. Just read the Talmud. Fuck. If they've been brought up on it, and that's all they're doing all their fucking lives. Look how many kids there are look, they're all just wearing all the same garb, all the hair, like land claim legitimacy. Fuck that. Fuck off. It's ridiculous. Theo's fucking gnarly. It's good. But apparently his dad is Jewish. Like, I don't give a fuck if he's saying all the shit about him. Good, he's being straight up. True. Now, with regards to the other thing, even if that's true, that doesn't change the fact that other things may be happening to them that are reported. There we go. Let's see how they feel about Gazans. Just people, children, okay? What does it say? I don't feel sorry for them. Great. They want us all dead. That's what it says. That's what they fucking say. That's what I showed you last time. And what are these guys saying? Israeli national TV. I don't feel sorry for starving Gaza. It's not for adults, not for elderly, or for children. We are the real victims. You should feel sorry for us. Oh, let them starve. Why should I care about them? You see the mentality? Disgusting. Here we go.
אני חושב, אנחנו מראים אחת לכמה ימים איזה עזתי כזה שצועק, די, אני כבר רעב. אני לא מרחם על העזתים האלה. אני לא חושב שיש מישהו במדינת ישראל, בארץ ישראל, שצריך לרחם על העזתים האלה. לא על מבוגרים, לא על קשישים, לא על צעירים ולא על ילדים. מה שאנחנו עברנו כאן בשבת שמחת תורה, ומה שהמשפחות והקרובים שלהם מתמודדים איתם עכשיו, זה אנחנו צריכים לרחם. העובדה שיש עשרות אלפי משפחות בדרום ובצפון שעדיין לא חזרו לבתיהם, אנשים שמתמודדים עם השכול, עם מציאות חיים שהם נולדו לה בוקר אחד, באופן כזה שהם לא חוו, על זה צריך לרחם. העזתים, מבחינתי שירבו למוות, מה אכפת לי מהם? אני חושב...
That's them. That's them. Didn't I see something before, like that apparently Netanyahu, kind of like a 9/11, he knew it was going to happen and then didn't do anything about it? That's what apparently. All right, enough of, I think I've shown enough of the hypocrisy from the Jews. All right, so let's go with some other stuff, which is still going to be connected to this, but like it's what were we looking at yesterday on our stream with the, what's the name? Well, when the last one was, what's the name? The fucking faith lady. Here it is. Spiritual advisor, bitch. This is so stupid. No, the chick.
Giving is such a big part of our walk as a Christian because nothing really ever happens without sacrifice. So I'm going to ask you today, stand with us at Paula White Ministry. It does take money to do ministry.
Money, bitch. That's what it's about. Money. Greed stains your soul, 100%. Yes. Now, I said in my last stream, anyone who is not religious and who doesn't want to live under that fucking bullshit dictatorship of religion and those stupid rules, leave Israel and come here, 100%. Or go anywhere else. But if you are one of those people who believes that you're above everyone else, go fuck yourself. Look, see, it's all about money. She said, it takes money.
And boy, do we ever do ministry. This is good ground. We preach the
Call this number. Here's the Cash App. Here's the PayPal, Apple Pay. Give it. Look, if you're so stupid that you're one of these people standing there giving her money, you deserve what you get what you fucking deserve. Honestly, Joker. You watch the Joker, you get what you fucking deserve. These people are so fucked. Okay, let's switch. Let's have a look at this. Did you guys see this happen? Is it Texas? Texas. I'm not gonna play that because it's got music, but I'll just show you what it is. So if they can do this, what else are they gonna be able to do very soon or like now? Did you see this? Because it was Easter, they had a drone light show that, look at that shit, made Jesus hanging on a cross for Easter in Texas. Now, let's go with the fact that Mark 14:48, Jose Pilestein, and then what happened in 51:52? He was arrested with a naked boy slave. This is who you are putting up in a drone show. A guy who was arrested with a naked kid in Gethsemane. And don't forget that only Peter was of age because he had to pay the tax to get into the city. The other two, James and John, were not adults. They are kids according to the text. Okay? So this is who everyone in the fucking world, or everyone in Texas who's looking at this is going, oh, Jesus, look at this shit. Hey, look, there's another trafficker next to him. Mark 15:27. Yeah, I'll quote that shit. Duo lestas. Now, they've only got one, but he was crucified with two other traffickers in 3 different texts. That's a fucking funny one. Yeah, that's so weird. This is why I don't understand. Like, the devil is the opposite. He hates greed, but they all want to claim that it's the devil who's opposed. It's so fucked. But this right here, what are they going to be able to do very soon to project? This is what they said. They're going to project this fucking UAPs and drones in the sky, and who knows what the fuck's going to happen. It's the Sotera, the parent savior that everyone follows. Jesus. Okay? What does Ie mean? It means healer, a physician. Okay? And what did he do? He Christed people. He was the Christ. Ho Christos. All right? What does that mean? No. Go have some lunch. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Go eat. Yep. Little John, yeah. Little Pete. So what are they going to be able to do very soon with like other tech that's going to be like, what the fuck's going to happen with aliens? You know what they're going to bring. And speaking of, what is going on with this shit? Because as we've seen, this shit, what's that? Anna Paulina? She's been in the skiffs and briefed on what the fuck's actually going on behind the scenes with all this UAP stuff. And they're saying now Congress is demanding the Department of War, which, oh, for fuck's sake, release 46 secret UFO videos. And what's the quote? You're gonna see some weird fucking shit. All right? We need the fucking release everything. I'm 100%. I don't care. I want the reality. Let's fucking release everything. Epstein, JFK, Trump, all of it. But we know why they don't do Epstein, because everyone's implicated and he's Israeli Mossad agent. Why don't they do JFK? Because there's a letter that said Israel shouldn't have nukes. And then what happened? A short while later, he's killed. Sure, there's a bunch of other shit going on with like Cuba and all that, but I'm pretty sure saying a JFK saying, "Hey, Israel shouldn't be allowed to have nukes, and we should be able to have a look at their facilities," and then he gets yeeted, and then we should release all the files on this stuff because people have had enough fucking time now to be like, all right, if it's real, just give it to us. But maybe they don't want to. I don't know. I don't know why they don't want to. Because the whole world would collapse. Isn't that what they said? Civilization would collapse. Night. Good night. Thank you. Real ones. Fuck yeah. Like, didn't they said civilization would collapse or something? Now we can have a look at what what's his name? Tim Burchett. He's been saying, I'm gonna play it because he said oh my god. Like, if this is fucking real, I mean, why wouldn't it be? Let's just, a member of our government, America, has told him extraterrestrial beings, or whatever they are, interdimensional, extraterrestrial, have visited Earth, traveling on craft, and made contact with humans. Why? I'm sick of the drip feeding, though. I'm sick of the drip feeding. Just give me the fucking reality. Just give me the evidence. Like, if you have it and you're not releasing it to us because of whatever fear of you're going to get censored, I don't give a fuck. You're complicit with them for not releasing all this information if you know it exists. And you say, I can't do it because it was in a skiff, so it's all classified. I don't give a fuck. The dude stood on the floor of the Senate or the House and named the redacted people in the Epstein files. And it was supposed to be all the redacted stuff. And he named them. Okay, fucking name it right now. Say what's happened. Because we've got so many people coming out on all these podcasts going, oh, I saw this, I saw this, I saw this, look at this happen. Like, why can't we just fucking know? What are they doing? This place is fucking stupid. You saw orbs in New Zealand? Ooh, I said last stream, I've seen one thing once. And that was it. Like, real, like, right, not in front of me, but like, well, right in front, but not super close. It was over the river. I've seen one thing once, and other things have happened to me. But for this stuff, like lights and orbs and all that, once. So something is happening. What is it? Who knows? Until they come out and tell us, and we get all this bullshit drip feeding that I fucking hate. I can't stand it. That's just how I roll. Just give me the information so we can deal with reality. But they don't want to do that because they're still hiding behind what they've been doing for how long now. And it's fucking annoying. Give us the Theriac. Now, this is interesting because what I'm going to bring up right now, is related to this and the Theriac. Okay? Listen to this shit. I saw this. I'm like, okay, this is an interesting, and I've shown this in previous videos, not this thing, but this same idea in previous videos where I compared what Armin's been saying with what Graham Hancock's been saying, Murescu on Joe Rogan. Now, it's very interesting that when we look back at all these ancient cults, we know what they're doing. They're cannibal cults, and they're still doing it today in underground, not really underground anymore, but Hollywood parties and shit connected to Mr. Steen. Now, this is very interesting. Look at this very first. So this is May 1985. Now, we've seen this in the ancient texts. So what is the quote? We drink urine, which I've shown before, and human blood as part of worship. And this is in the 1980s. I've shown this in ancient texts. And so's Armin, so's everyone. We've been doing this. Okay? The devil worshippers. This is the show, or the thing, investigation on Satanism. Now, this is where it all gets confused, because Satanism, satanic, it's like, okay, but we need to really look at all these documents, all these reports, and all this evidence on Satanism and see what it actually is. And we're going to do that soon. There are satanic cults committing crimes and murders in the US. That's not just the US, it's also the UK. We've seen there's a 60 Minutes Australia documentary on the UK with a girl who was talking about she got sent to the UK with her dad, and then her grandmother was like doing all these different satanic rituals on her. And then we have another reports, all these reports that you can watch on Polarity, which he does a lot of interviews with these people, and it's cannibalism. It's like, hello, this is what they're talking about in the ancient text, and they're talking about it happening right here. Fuck it, let's just watch. I haven't watched this. Let's just watch it and see what she's claiming, because it's pretty close to everything that we've been looking at for a few years now. Death and rebirth, that's it. Okay, let's see.
Is cannibalism part of the ritual?
The children have spoken about this in almost every instance. Also, human feces, or drinking the urine, or drinking human blood.
That's part of the ritual.
Right.
I have an old 3-inch scar here on my wrist where my friends used to cut.
Yet details that were told to us in interviews conducted across the country were later verified by authorities, who say there are consistent telltale clues. And they provide a checklist of 6 satanic practices to look for. For example, being placed inside a coffin. It's an experience that many children are describing.
Well, the adults would dig up the caskets from the graveyards, and all the members, including the children, were made to lay in the remains of whatever was in the casket.
Get in a casket with a decomposed body.
Right, and then the casket was closed, and they would be lowered into the ground.
Because one of the primary focuses of these people is death.
Another indicator, satanic paraphernalia. In every case, the children talk about precisely the same setting.
They described a satanic goat's head being on the wall over the table. They described a lot of candles. And they described...
Colors mean anything?
Yeah, the red ones would be used for some types of sexual rituals, people who are doing sexual magic. This would be used for ordinary ceremonies and also for ceremonies where you'd be throwing a curse on somebody.
Another indicator, kidnapping. In almost every case, the children have talked about children who were snatched and later sacrificed.
They were taught to aid in the kidnapping of children. What they would do is the kids would go and play with the children and then tell them that they were either going to go to a party or that there was some toys or whatever, and get them so they weren't on the move, and then her father and other members would grab the kids.
Sir, I question 2 million children missing in the United States, knowing that many of those are not runaways and are so young that they couldn't run away anyway.
Number 4, sexual abuse aimed at destroying faith in God. It's being...
It seems to go hand in hand. The belief system within a child, to make a child turn against what they believe in terms of who they are, of who God is, and to desecrate all manner of flesh, all manner of church institution, all manner of sign and symbol that a child could in any way be attached to.
Cannibalism. It's difficult to believe, but in every case we examined, children described it.
The hearts were cut out, and the children were made to chew pieces of these children's hearts, pieces of their flesh.
And that's exactly what we've been seeing in the files. They were, where's the bit? It was about talking about the religion. They're trying to bring down the religion of that. And they, because we see what they're doing with the kids in the Epstein files, where they're trying to pretend that they're Jesus. And so they're like, and then they had the Jesus on the cross in Epstein's fucking house, destroying the faith in God. So like it's trying to, it's so fucking crazy. But we've seen all this shit. To get a child to turn against what they believe in, and that's what they've been doing in the files too. It's the same shit. where did these kids go and how did they get them? And we know we've seen so many times. It's like, okay, yeah, they were eating. Look at it's fucking Jesus Christ, man. It is Jesus Christ. Eat my flesh and drink my blood. It's right fucking there in the text. Now it makes sense like thousands of years ago if these, like they said, they made cuts, and if they put in venoms, that would make sense because you're changing the bloody chemistry. And if you look at all the imagery of like years ago where they had Disneyland, yeah, I was thinking of that before. And you look at all the imagery where they're trying to drink the blood from the kids with like looks like straws. It's like it makes sense when these kids are bred for that, and they have all this chemistry in them, all these drugs in them. But these days, I'm like, what are they doing it for if they don't have the same drugs? And the ritual, like they got the same rituals, but do they have the same drugs? I don't know if they're creating the same. I don't think even Armin said the mystery isn't around right now. So what are they doing with them? They're just doing the same rituals as if they were doing it from years and years ago, as if these kids had the drugs in them. Like he said, he has a 3-inch scar on his wrist where they used to cut. Like what for? Like just blood? What? And it's saying it's kids. When he was a kid. And they're saying all this stuff throughout the Hollywood community. Yeah, adrenochrome. Yeah. But I understand it thousands of years ago when you read the text and they say they're making kids into these drug factories and these kids' bodies have all this different medicine in it. Like you can get your head around it. Like it's so fucked up. You can get your head around it. Okay, so the blood has medicine in it, or the saliva, like Jesus. So he can heal people that way, or touch you. That makes sense. But these days, like what does just straight blood do? Does it actually do anything? Okay. Its power, is it a power, just a straight power thing? Okay. That makes sense with these people. They love power and greed that has stained their souls. Now, someone said Igar. That is interesting. Igar. See, I used to talk about like Disney and all the movies and Hollywood and stuff, but not from this level. But now I'm looking at it going, oh my God. Now, if that's allegedly Igar. What? Okay. Whoa. I want to check that shit. Because that would be very interesting if that was true. Oh my God. That would be, allegedly. Nah, it's, well, the AI says there's no evidence, but, we know Disney has been into corrupt shit already, like, for a while. But that would be, there's no way that anyone would, where'd you hear that? I want to know that. Where'd you hear that? Glands make. You know what? I did just think. Yeah. Okay. So they're talking about with this other stuff, like Epstein, all these other people who were involved in the rituals when they were kids. They're saying they would put them into it's like the ancient text. They would put them into a psychotic state of fear, or put them into a state of fear that changes your body chemistry. So that makes sense. If you're putting them into a state of fear and then extracting the blood, then it has a different chemistry to it. That makes sense. Plus, we know from the files that Epstein was using scopolamine, which is the same fucking drug that they were using in ancient texts to get the kids to do whatever they would say. Very interesting. They're using the same kind. Well, he was at least using the same kind of drugs. And there was another person I was watching that was said they would try and flip their chakras. So they would do to the kids, they would like cut their legs, they will commit lower body trauma to the kid. So then it would actually invert the chakras, which is interesting. Like that's actually fucking how this shit works. They know this metaphysical chemical, metaphysical ability to change your chakras. That's crazy if they actually know how to do this shit. That means they're connected to something outside of what we are. They know about it. And what was it saying? You flip your chakras, and then all of your, instead of using the, like, from the heart level up and like the mind chakras, you would use all the base chakras for your mental abilities, which is just based on, you know, the what you use for your genitalia. It's like, okay, well then you're just based on sex and all this stuff. And that makes sense with all these people like Epstein or the people who have been abused before that. They're using different systems of whatever you want to say, chakras that are based on lower vibrations or based on lower vibrations or energies. Yeah, and there's another video about snake venoms and Ozempic that I was going to look at, but it's kind of not, you know, it's just based on snake. It's based on a lizard's saliva glands, I think, which is interesting. They're putting that in Ozempic. All right. Androgynous dump of DMT. Yes. Yeah, there would be DMT that would occur, but you would also have so many other chemicals at the same time, like with the fear and the So yeah, that makes sense. Even today, without having to use all these other psychedelics involved, you could still probably, from what it sounds like, you could make these chemicals in these kids to extract them today. You met Viracocha. What did they say? Because that'd be fucking awesome to hear. I haven't done DMT, but I know about Viracocha. How to do it is in the Vatican. I think everything is being held in the Vatican. Fuck, man. Oh, you had to Google who the deity was. Okay. Oh, fractals. Okay. Yeah. I saw a bunch of fractals on mushrooms when I did my big trip, which you can watch that video. That is 100% true too. The burning bush, we've looked at. Acacia. We know acacia has DMT in it. So, yes, they were using drugs even there back in the Bible in that one. So the burning bush, Moses and the burning bush, it makes sense. Makes fucking sense. But see, that was where our ideas, the kind of ideas came from then. So it was like, oh yeah, they might be using this, they might be using this. But now looking at all these ancient texts and going, oh, it literally says pharmacon, they're using drugs, and these are the drugs they're using, and this is how they're doing it. So it's good that I don't need oh, here's what it might have been, here's how they may have done it. We can read it all. And it's all in the text. Now let me bring up something else Australian, because that's where we are. And it's kind of related to this too. Kind of. Because I showed last time, well, we know who's involved, who's running us when you don't get jailed. And who is it? It's the police force in Queensland who has banned a certain phrase that I showed you before. And now what's this guy done? On the notice of April 3rd, so a few days ago. High-ranking Queensland cop jailed for sex offences against four girls. Okay? Fuck off, ads. Jailed for 3 years. Oh, finally. But for sex offenses against four girls while he was working as a judo coach. Oh, God. See, this is how they get there. He was involved in some of the most high-profile murder investigations, found guilty by Supreme Court. It's interesting that a cop finally got fucking sentenced to 3 years though. 3 years for 4 girls. That's so fucked up. You should be dropped right now. I have no problem saying that. You're a police officer who's supposed to uphold the law against it. No, you do not deserve to be here anymore. Oh fuck, his last name's my same last name. Brisbane Martial Arts School between 2016 and 19 and was charged in 2020. COVID. Suspended from police force. This is so fucked up. Look at what the victim's impact statement said. One of his victims said in an impact statement, they joined the judo school to learn how to protect themselves from pedophiles. While the fucking cunt did it to her. Do you see how fucked this is? She goes there to learn how to protect herself from people like him, and he's the cunt that's doing it. Yeah, I'm using that word because this guy deserved to die. Based on nemesis and justice, okay? So fucked. That's who is doing this shit. Police who are supposed to be protecting these people, and they go to you to learn to help protect them, and then they do it to them. That's just like the church. They go to them because they're like, oh, these people are supposed to teach us higher ways of living, and then it's just, oh wait, actually it makes more sense now that when you read the text and you look at all the history of the church and all these people, they're actually the ones that are doing this. Do we have wood chippers? I wouldn't be using wood chippers, but yeah, I would. You know what? If you want to make it like samurai Japanese honorable, you give them a wakizashi, the small knife, and go, here, do it yourself, you fuck. You want to have like the tiniest bit of, regain some tiniest bit of honor, kill yourself in front of everyone, just like Japanese, or with yeah, just with someone watching. Like, here you go, bye, go fucking kill yourself. Because as I said, it's where I come from now, this place. I know that there's more than just this world and this reality. So there's more coming. There's more that happens after this. This isn't just what happens. This isn't just where we're living forever. We're just here now, in this time. So if you know that, then do something about it. Do something. And that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Seppuku. Honestly, I don't know where. Now, where is this world going? And who are the people in charge? And what do they say is going to happen to us? Okay? All right? Know thyself, 100%. It's too long. Let's look at the guy who told us to take all these vaccines and all this bullshit. What's he saying about humanity and what we need to do?
People are like, wow, this is a bit scary. It's completely new territory.
I mean, will we still need humans?
Not for most things. We'll decide. I mean,
we won't need humans for most things, and we'll decide. I know he was going to go on to say something else. We'll decide, blah, blah, whatever. But we won't need humans for most things. Okay, well then what? This guy has like a gigantic fucking yacht that's like nearly $1 billion worth or some hundreds of millions of dollars. Gigantic fucking, maybe it's just like a mini cruise ship. This motherfucker, like, it's the same mentality of the Jews. You need to serve us. We fucking control you. And we're gonna build bunkers. And why the fuck would they all build bunkers if they didn't think shit was gonna go down? Either against them from us or against the world from nukes. Or the fake alien invasion. That I don't know if it's... See, that's the thing. I don't know if it's fake. Like, anyone watch They Live? I'm pretty sure that's what it sounds like it is. Go watch They Live. And then come back to me and be like, oh, that makes more sense now. That makes more sense. They're projecting some frequency or some way to make us think that everything is the way it is, when in fact, we're finally seeing it all fall apart. And we're gonna fucking turn it around soon, hopefully. Get Your They Live on. Man, it's such a fucking good movie. I love that shit. Alright, let's just react to Asmongold, because that shit's funny right now. Well, let's just watch it. Actually, well, let me go back, because you did say something that was interesting. Oh yeah, the green and gold, Keisha. Now, this, okay. You're talking about when you're doing ayahuasca, okay, that was orgasm, okay. When I was on mushrooms, it was like going to the, whatever it is, fifth dimension, but it was just complete, total bliss. Like energy just flowing through me the whole time. You know, I couldn't stop it. It's just constant energy flowing through me. And it wasn't just energy, it was felt like bliss. It's like, okay, well, what the fuck is that? Is that what's powering reality? Or our exist? I don't know. It's outside of time and space. It was ionic, basically. Alright, let's watch this shit, because this is fucking hilarious. Well, kind of.
No way. No way. No way. No fucking way. This is the way the Jew, this is from Jeffrey Epstein. This is not me saying it. It's not Nick Fuentes saying it. It's not Sneeko. It's not Hassan. It's Jeffrey Epstein saying it. This is the way the Jew make money and made a fortune in the past 10 years, selling short the shipping futures. Let the Goyim deal in the real world. Oh my fucking God. Just every stereotype confirmed overnight. Holy fuck. Play the music? God. Numerous derogatory messages towards Goyim. Oh, here we go. Here's even more of it. Let's see it. This is the way they... Oh, here we go. Goyim were born to only serve us, he said in a 2010 sermon. Without that, they have no place in the world, only to serve the people of Israel. Guys, this is insane. Really. Really, like, I mean, this is like every stereotype, every paranoia, every conspiracy theory, everything, just it all aligns. And it seems like I don't even know what to say. Wow. Conspiracy people always right. How is Nick gonna react? I can't.
See? What else? What else do you need? You got Epstein saying this shit. It's like, okay, they're saying the same thing as the fucking Jews. Because he is one. Now I'm gonna show you something. It kind of brings like, can you freeze me? This kind of brings like, there's a serial rapist at high risk of sexually assaulting women got an NDIS package worth $220,000. Plus, he can. I think this guy who was in jail. He's on NDIS for $220,000, and he can watch porn in prison. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. It's ridiculous, and this dude just fucking going off about it's hilarious. But we giving these people $220,000 in NDIS when someone with cerebral palsy, can't even get on the NDIS which is the disability insurance scheme, so I can get a bit of money to go to physiotherapy or fucking chiro. It's like, that's what we're living in. But you've got people who are fucking rapists, pedos, getting hundreds of thousands of fucking dollars on this corrupt system, who was exposed by these guys a few times, not this guy, but a few other guys in Australia a few weeks ago, for billions and billions of dollars. That's my country right now. Spending more money on the NDIS, the disability scheme, than they're spending on the fucking military. Okay? And there are so many, and they're getting death threats. These two guys are getting death threats from Muslims because they exposed Muslims who were corrupting the system. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. That's where I'm living. And one of my favorite bands right now, and one of my favorite songs, the lyrics are, "This world is fucked. These people are fucked." All right? This Paleface Swiss. Go listen to that shit. Yeah. I don't know if it's on the camera, but it's basically Western Sydney. 100%. Inner West. And who are the people? Migrants and one form of a religious background. All right? That I don't know if I can say because I'll get in trouble. But it's so fucked. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for this guy who... I'm like, can I just have like $100 so I could go to a physio because of my body? They're like, no. I've been waiting years, fucking years, to get onto this. Haven't heard a fucking thing. All right? That's the state of our system. Oh, actually, there was something else Australian. That's Israeli stuff. And I'll get back into that. Alright. And this is where it's going with Europe. And it's happening here too because one of our senators also said, if Pauline Hanson, Senator Fatima Payman, who's from Afghanistan, who could be like tortured if she goes back to Afghanistan because she's a woman, because the Taliban are in place right now, okay? She's saying if Pauline Hanson doesn't want to live in Australia, she can pack her bags. I'm like, bitch, you're not from here. You're in the Senate. You're an Afghani woman. Go back to Afghanistan and see how you are. You want to go? I've got videos of fucking women getting beaten in the streets in Afghanistan with sticks because that's Islamic law, according to the Taliban. All right? Fuck off. Chopper would get an NDIS. That's fucking hilarious. If you don't know who Chopper is, Mark Chopper Reed was like a notorious criminal, and they did a movie on him with Eric Banner. Fucking gnarly movie. There's no cash here. Here, cash? No cash. Robbo? Yeah, he cut his ear off, or part of his ear off in prison, and he's saying he would get NDIS for that. And yeah, that's funny. Here we go. So one of our senators would get fucked up if she went back to Afghanistan, where she's from. Okay, but she's telling an Australian woman to leave and pack her bags to go to the US when she's not even from here. Now this is in I think it said Brussels or Belgium. So what is this is a Muslim woman saying about people? Let's just see. Let's just see what's up.
Et si ces gens-là qui portent
Let me have a look and see what it says according to this, because I didn't know it was in. I haven't watched it. I didn't know it was in that. She said, anyone who doesn't accept veiled women, anyone who doesn't accept Islam in Belgium can leave. Like, what? This is their country. You're the one that went to their country. If you want to live like that, fuck off to your own country. Like, Israel and Jews can say that. We don't want you in our country because, and you can't hide in our bunkers because you're not Jewish. But every Muslim in the West says now, you don't like having what we live in, you can fuck off. Like, no. if you believe that you can marry a 6-year-old and have child marriages and beat women and lock them in the house and do what you want to women, no, you fuck off to the country you came from. They're not asylum seekers anymore. They're just invaders. I'm just being fucking legit. They are invading and changing the demographics of all the Western nations. Okay? And what do they say? If we don't like it, the ones who live here in our countries and European countries, they can leave. We can leave. Like, okay, well, where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? Let's do this. Like I said last time, any Muslim who wants to live in by Islam, go to a Muslim country. Any Jew who wants to live by Jewish law, go to Israel. Any Christian who wants to live by a Christian theocracy, go to Israel or fucking anywhere else you want to live. Okay? Anyone who doesn't want to be exactly this right here. Anyone who doesn't want to do this, protect the kids, then you can fuck off. Because all your religions, all these monotheistic religions say, we can rape girls, we can marry children, we can do this, we can do it. No. But it doesn't help when I just showed you an Australian fucking police officer got done for this too. So I'm not saying it's just a religion. I'm saying anyone who does this shit that doesn't want to protect them, get the fuck out. I don't care what you are or where you're from. I don't care who you are. I don't care. Get the fuck out. 100% invaders, yes. And they're doing it deliberately now. They're doing it deliberately. We know that. Like, I think our Prime Minister Albanese has brought in like nearly a fucking million new arrivals, like just this year or something. Like, what? What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? We know they're destroying our countries from within, so they can make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then they can go live after they're done wherever the fuck they want because they're cashed up motherfuckers. But do you honestly see? Do they not see where this is gonna go? Importing votes, 100%. But let's see where this is gonna go. Where does this go? Honestly, because we're living in it. Where do we go in a few years when the country is now more people who are imported than people who are from here or from Europe, from everywhere? What actually happens? What's the end goal? One world order? Yeah, the world order. What? That's the end goal? Everyone's... But it's not going to work. You can't have people who believe one thing and that they're allowed to kill other people who don't believe what they believe living together. You just can't have it. That's why we have separate countries for all these people and all these laws and all these religions. Just go live there. This isn't multiculturalism now. This is flooding hateful ideologies, religions that want you dead. I've been saying this for a long time, not just on YouTube, saying this for a long time. So was Hitchens, so was all these other people. These people want you dead. Read their texts. The Jewish, the Muslim texts, all of them. They want you dead. What are we doing? Where does it go? It ends up in a fucking civil war. And that's not me saying that. That's someone saying the UK is going to be in a civil war within 5 years because of what's going on there with all these grooming gangs and all this shit. They're going to have a civil war within 5 years. That's what they're saying. So this is where it's going to lead to. And the UK has no guns. Australia has barely any, but a lot of people I'm hearing are buying a lot more because apparently they're going to make it super tough to get guns now. Like, they already made it super hard to get guns, but they're going to make it so much more restricted that you're not going to be able to get any. So this is where I want a reset, man. Reset 100%. We start off, write our new constitution, put a free speech in there, put a Second Amendment in there. Not ASAP, but the Second Amendment, saying, hey, we should be allowed to have this in a free and open society. But that's not what we are anymore, are we? We never were here, really. We didn't have the same freedoms as America. We don't have the same free speech. We don't have the same abilities to do things. Homemade crossbows. I mean, or whatever you need. Whatever you need, get. Because where does it fucking end? Sure, they're all in inner Western Sydney and Western Sydney now, and other places in Europe and the UK, but what happens literally when they bring in so many millions of people that what the fuck's gonna happen? I honestly don't know. Are we gonna go? Well, these politicians are fucking pieces of shit though. Like, they haven't read the text. They don't know what they're talking about, and they're importing values of people who said want us dead. Read it. But they don't want to. This is why I'm like, hey, someone just fucking clip a bit and send it to Albo or send it to thing. Like, just take the text and send it to them and say, hey, this is what it fucking says. This is what it says. It's ridiculous. They eat kids and fuck off all day. Like, they're taking all this money from apparently. Oh, what was the one that was out today? They're using taxpayers' dollars, Australian money, so they can put them on a housing scheme and buy houses when there's a housing crisis. Yeah, fuck. Like, this is the state of the UK right now. I'm going to pull up this video. This is the state of the UK right now. And we are not far off. We're already, if they wanted, we're already in there. But this is what's happening in the UK. People being arrested for Facebook posts, all right?
The time's 20 to 3, 14:40. I'm arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the electronic communications network. I'm just
What?
127 of the Communications Act, okay? So you do not have to say anything that may harm the defence if you don't mention one question, something which you later are in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
So I'm actually being
You're
arrested.
going to be arrested, okay?
Right,
Take
and-
you up to the police station.
Right.
Ask you, okay, this is in relation to some comments that you've made on a Facebook page. Okay?
Oh, really? Oh, it's a Facebook crime, is it?
Okay.
Right.
So we need to ask you some questions about that.
Right.
Have you got anything in your pockets?
I've got my keys. I got. No, that's about it. I think keys.
So, anyone who's been arrested, we can search them under Section 32 of Basic Criminal Act.
Right.
That's for dangerous items.
I mean, you said I was going to be arrested under some what information? I'm going to be arrested for posting on Facebook.
Made some comments that are offensive, obscene, and people have made a complaint about that, and it's
And can you tell me what this comment was?
Okay, well, we'll do that when we interview.
All right. And so, what am I going to be locked up for the night, or?
Well, hopefully not.
Comments that are offensive and obscene. Okay? Made some comments that are offensive, obscene, and people have made a complaint. Well, hang on a minute. What did I say? Arrested for offensive comments on Facebook. Well, let's just read the Talmud like we did last time, all right? This is offensive and worthy of arrest. I reckon worthy of execution, honestly, actually. This is what it says. And this is what... So if it doesn't make sense. If you say, oh, someone's offended, you can arrest them, okay? Well, I'm offended by Jewish law that says you can rape and execute a child, and they're comparing women to animals. This is offensive and they should be arrested. Okay? If that's the standard we're going to use, is I'm offended, well, I'm fucking offended by this, and everyone in the world should be. And if you're not, then you're one of them, and you need to be fucking yeeted. Just look at it. Look at it. Send this to the politicians that are saying, oh, this is hate speech. We can't have this. I'm like, well, this is fucking, are you saying this isn't hate speech? This isn't offensive? This doesn't cause someone distress? I've seen that in the UK as well. It caused someone distress. Well, come on. What a time to be alive, exactly. Oh, actually, I saw a video of, there was some chick who put it was on here, and she goes, it was her dad saying, I've got a good idea. Why don't we get someone who's been arrested for this, who's been locked up for pedos, he has to get his freedom, he has to hunt down 5 others and kill 5 other pedos. I'm like, yeah, sure, but I still wouldn't let him go out. He can kill 5 of them, but then, or do as many as you can. But like, yeah, just all of them. See, it's gonna sound bad, but like, it's deserved when you read this shit. Round them all up and send them to the Ionic life. Okay? Yeah, we do. But how do we do that when we're all sitting there going, oh, what am I going to do today? I'm going to go to work. I'm going to do this. I'm going to... They shut down the world for COVID, okay? They shut down the fucking world for COVID. Everyone as humanity should stop going to work. Stop. Let's just shut down humanity. We're not going to go to work. We're not going to fight your wars. We're not going to do anything because you guys are a bunch of fucking pedophiles who are covering up all these crimes and you're starting wars so you don't get justice because you're the ones who are in fucking power and are the ones who are supposed to be carrying out justice that they're not going to get because you're not going to fucking put justice upon yourselves because you're the ones who are implicated. So what do? Shut down the world. Say we're not doing it anymore until you fucking step down. But no one's going to do that. No one's going to do that. Because everyone's too stuck in the world. They don't even know about this shit. Sure, a lot of people are waking up, but the majority of populations, they probably are still stuck in there. Oh, yeah, things are bad. And then you're still going to have people supporting. You're always going to have, I found out, you're always going to have people who are going to support something no matter what the fuck happens. People who are going to be against something no matter what the fuck happens. And people who are going to be in the middle, always. Because if you can sit there and look at the files, this shit right here, and still be supporting Israel and what they're doing and USA and what they're doing. When I say Israel and the USA, you know, I mean the governments and who are perpetrating these crimes and wars. You know, I'm not talking about the people who like me and like everyone else who just have to live under this fucking tyranny. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these people, these governments. All right? Exactly. Just shut down everything. Just honestly, if we don't do it, if everyone just stops going to work and stops paying bills, everyone should stock up on a bunch of shit like we did with COVID. Empty out the thing. 2 weeks to stop the spread. Let's just go, okay, get everything you need for 2 months, or we start making collectives and saying, hey, fuck you. We're going to start doing our own thing. We're not going to use products. We're not going to use this, but like shut down the whole world for a while and force them to stop, or we go back to ancient Rome, like we should. This is what happened in ancient Rome. When the government was too corrupt, what did they do? They put in a tyrant for 2 years maximum to clean house, shift everything, and then restart. Okay, I am 100% for that, and everyone else who wants that, let's fucking go. But there's no way we're going to be able to do that right now. But that's what we should do. Everyone should get together and say, we should push all of them for a referendum to wipe out the government and restart. And we can restart the fucking, have a reset. Honestly. Get the fucking British monarchy out the way. So we're not a British colony anymore. We're going to be a new Australian. What are we going to call it? Maybe New Australia or the Republic of Australia. Something. Okay? New Republic or whatever. We restart, reset, get everyone out the fucking way, and we write our own fucking constitution to restart everything. Because this is not the way to live. This is not the way we're supposed to be living. This is not the way we are living today makes sense if you have been brought up on post World War II era Jewish tactics. 100%. Go to work, sit there every fucking day, 5 days a week. Don't get up and 8 hours a day, shut up, go to work, watch maybe a TV show or a movie when you get home from work, go to bed because you're exhausted, and then get up and do the same thing every fucking day. I have never in my life been wired that way. Never. It's just antithetical to me. I've never been able to. And like, I've done work in these places and sat there and I fucking hate it. It's not me. But I know people can just handle that. I don't know how, but people can. But people who can't, fucking let's go and reset this place. Because I'm sick of listening to all the news every day saying this pedo did this pedo did this Jewish pedo got away with this, fuck you. I'm done. Send them all back and restart. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. And I'm pretty sure a bunch of the nationalists would be on board with me too. Not that I'm like white nationalist. I'm just Australian. I want a national state. Like, hey, can we make something new? What an actual multicultural society was supposed to be. Not just kick out the religions and all the pedophiles. What's wrong with that? Then we can restart an actual human society. There we go. There you go. Farming and creating safe spaces for kids. Yep, 100%. It's... Yeah, Canaanites. The Canaanites, man. Wow. Dude, I saw this video of a laser gun, just a couple laser guns this dude had, and he pointed it at some shit, and it just starts lighting on fire out of nowhere. And you're like, hang on a minute. If a dude has a couple tiny guns that can do this shit, what the hell does the government have? That they could shoot from a laser from the sky and burn half of bloody Hawaii. And then have Oprah steal all the money so she can fund her adrenochrome habit. Fucking, I don't care anymore. I'm off Rezo. Let's go. They all need to be yeeted. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I saw that shit. Strange, huh? Blue being the highest frequency of light. Oh, interesting. Oh, blue light. Yeah, because okay. Phoenician. You mean prophets? You mean prophets? We'll just. I was talking about that yesterday. Phoenicians and Pelasgian influences on Greek. Etruscans, all that shit. That's good. Phoenicians, man. The Phoenician alphabet that we saw. Tophus. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, sanctuaries. Okay. Burying cremated remains. Oh my god. Deities like Baal, Tanit. Yeah, Tanit. Where did I hear that? Oh, I heard that recently. Yeah, redshift and blue shift. That's right. The longer wavelength redshift. What I find strange is you look at all these religions that are following ancient like cult practices, and they're following the sun, earth, moon, sun, and stars. And they've been doing that for a long time. But then we look at South America and like early ancient stuff, like 10,000 and something plus years ago. And it's kind of, we don't really have the evidence of the drugs and that because it's been so long. I wouldn't imagine you'd find any of that there. But when you're looking at the temples and all the either the what they say is temples, but when you look at the directions they're all pointing at, it's all related to celestial events and timing the stars. And it's like, well, they're still doing the same thing. It kind of looks that way, doesn't it? Long, long time ago. Thailand doesn't have those problems. Been to Thailand a couple of times. Not that bad. Frequency. Exactly. See, that's why they wouldn't, yeah. They were not primitive. They, like, you can't tell me that you look at Malta and you look at the pyramid, like, not pyramids, the structures of Malta, all the rock formations and all the gigantea and all that. There's no fucking way. Look where it's all come from. Look how they've placed it to look at the stars and track the heavens. It's like, what are they really tracking? It's like, well, were they just tracking the comet that could wipe us out? Which, I mean, Apophis is coming back in like what, 2037 or something? 2020, something like that, 28, something. Like, we know, that's the most fucked up thing. We know that there are giant asteroids and comets that could get us any fucking time. And we're still sitting here like, oh yeah, cool, let's go to work and enjoy this and do that. And like, is it, I think it's just easier for everyone to live in a bubble because they can't, 2032, thanks, because they can't handle it, maybe? I don't know. I think that's true because every time I bring up some crazy shit, people are like, oh, I don't believe it, or I don't want to believe it, or that's crazy. And it's like, oh, it's too much for me. I'm like, I just feel like I'm out of, like, maybe a lot of us who are here in this chat, like a lot of it, like I'm out of sync with a lot of people. Like I feel like outside of everyone else, like I'm seeing something completely different than what they are. Saturn, yeah, Shabbat, yeah. Watch David Icke on Saturn and the frequencies that Saturn gives off. I'm like, it kind of sounds like they live, because Saturn's giving off a certain frequency that is putting people into this state. And I'm like, yeah, but it can't be everyone, because people like me and other people aren't falling for this shit, and we're not in that rigid line that everyone does. I've looked into that. Is that okay? Oort cloud has a 3-dimensional S curve. Yeah, experts are gaslighting themselves 100%. For their own sanity, I get, yeah. Because people can't handle the fucking reality. They can't. As I've shown, not just here, but like in real life, like outside of this, just talking to people, they're like, they just, their wiring just fucking flips out. Yep. 1,000% real. See, that's how they start. They say, oh, it's a conspiracy. Oh, that's ridiculous. There's no way. And then when it gets found out, when you get caught, you say, no, that's not true. And you keep lying. It's like, yeah, I've experienced that on here. And I've shown that with, we saw it last time with Marco Rubio, when he said, were you there? To the person who asked him the question about Iran. It's like, yeah, you said Israel was going to attack first. So USA had to go because we knew that they were going to attack us. And he's like, I never said that. It's like, bullshit. We all saw it. So when they get caught out, they still lie. I don't understand that mentality. That's not how I operate. Like, if someone shows you a video and says, you said this, it's like, well, okay. I guess I did. I don't remember that. But it looks like, or if you wrote something or said something, it's like, okay, yeah, I said that. I guess, my bad. Move on. But I guess it's so hard for their egos that they can't accept. Like you guys have all seen it. I made that video when I misheard Luke say abject when he actually said abjad. And I made a whole video. I'm like, oh, I fucked up. I misheard it when I was listening to it on the video, when I was recording. I'm fine with that. If I fucked it up, I'm like, okay, yeah, I fucked up. But I guess people just can't. They just can't handle it. That's just antithetical to me. That's all. I mean, it would make sense if certain people were doing that, which it sounds like, because I think as we spoke about, like when Danny had Ian Carroll on, he was talking about that podcast where the dude was bred for, well, basically put into breeding, a breeding scheme where they would take trafficked women and he would just breed with them because they wanted to continue the line of King Solomon. And who follows the line of King Solomon? Oh, the Freemasons. They're doing these fucking weird thingos that they're reading Torah and Talmud, and they're talking about King Solomon. They're doing these rituals to King Solomon. I'm like, hang on, what the fuck? So it makes sense if a few certain people or families have this knowledge, but then you look at the people who are studying this and are teaching this, they don't know. Because I showed PhDs, and Armin showed you, PhDs don't even know what the fuck is in their texts. They haven't read them. There is so much ancient Greek that has not been read. It's mind-blowing. So, sure. That's why it would have to be a few of them know, and they're hiding it. Because the people who are supposed to know this shit and are preaching PhDs that know this shit, they're supposed to know it, they don't. Which we've shown before. So who the fuck does know and who doesn't? And why don't the PhDs know? Maybe they didn't need to read it to get their PhD. They just need to follow. That would make sense because the education system would be like, okay, just need this to get your PhD. Don't read fucking Galen, which 22 volumes worth of drugs and drug knowledge from a physician of the physician of Marcus Aurelius, the fucking emperor of Rome in the 2nd century AD. Like when I found that out, as soon as I found that out, and Armin brought up Galen on Danny, I'm like, oh my god, it's all there. Christing urine, Christing shit, Christing fucking everything. I'm like, oh, well, we've been lied to our whole fucking lives. But the fucked up thing is, all the evidence is right there. And I've showed Galen before. But if Galen was being used by physicians all the way up until the 1800s, which apparently they were still using Galen up until the 1800s, the 19th century. And then you're like, hang on a minute, why, after the 19th century, do we have a complete turnaround of the education system? History? What happened? It's not just World War II, because we know 1937, the Marijuana Tax Act came in, and they made cannabis illegal, but they were making hemp illegal at the same time, because they hoodwinked people to say, oh, cannabis and hemp is the same thing. Even though we know that they used hemp rope on ships for hundreds of years, because it's a more durable fiber. They can make hemp concrete. Like, what? We've been lied to. They changed the whole system around because they said, oh, some black guy was on weed and was high on marijuana back then and killed or raped and killed a white woman. It's like, hang on. It was his name was Victor Licata, and it was with an axe, apparently, allegedly. But I don't know if that even actually he was on that, or they just used it as an excuse to make cannabis illegal, because they wanted, you know, Hearst and all the decorticator, and they wanted to use paper because he had paper mills. So it's like, okay, there's that change there. And then what happened after that? 1937 happens, cannabis is illegal. When people have been using it for thousands of fucking years, we've got the evidence and sources right here. Cannabis. I've done a fucking video on cannabis in ancient Greek in the Septuagint. Okay, it actually doesn't say that. It says calamus, but there is an ancient Greek word for cannabis, and it's cannabis. Okay, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were using. They were fumigating cannabis because it's a fucking good. It's good to fumigate. Speaking of gang shit, babe. Nice. Yeah, and then you got then everyone else falls in line with the USA, who was, well, because it was 1937, so it wasn't that then. But then a few years later, after the war ends, what happens? Every Western nation falls in lockstep and stops, and it makes cannabis illegal. I know the USA, UK, all that shit did. They fell in lockstep with the US. Why? Why did we do that? You know what happened in Prohibition? Was it Churchill? I'm pretty sure Churchill said Prohibition was the dumbest fucking thing the US has ever done in the 20s. I'm like, okay, well, if that's true, then why the fuck would you like prohibition of cannabis? Why would you fall in step with that? And see, it would have taken after the war when he was gone. And then what they do, everything goes away. Everything starts resetting after World War II. And then what happens? You get 1970s, you get Nixon. He made psychedelics, Sweeping Psychedelics Act illegal, all of them illegal, because the people in the 70s, the hippies in the 70s, they were being too anti-war when we wanted Vietnam to happen. So they were like, nah, we're going to stop all this shit. But Timothy Leary was fucking out there doing LSD and making all this. He was doing ergonavine, LSD. He was showing how it works and what it all happens. It's like, and everyone was doing drugs back then. Psychedelics. Psychedelics are the most important, powerful drug, anti-authoritarian drug I reckon you can take. If anyone takes a psychedelic and isn't anti-authoritarian or doesn't question fucking reality after you take a psychedelic, then you need to do a bigger fucking dose. That's it. Entheogens. Yeah. Thank you. Entheogens. That was Rock. Made that out of ancient Greek too. Coining terms. Entheos. Genos. Churchill. Yeah. What did he? Yeah. India too. Churchill was an alcoholic. That's why he hated prohibition. Yeah, and they all extract. But just as the thing, if you're using psychedelics, you are less likely to be anti-government. If you're using psychedelics, you're more likely to be anti-government and opposing the war. But if they take them away, then everyone's just got only alcohol and all these other drugs that they're trying to make to just keep you docile. Shut the fuck up. The government can tell you what to do. Yeah. But there was, there was someone who was, there was a whole plot to put LSD in the water supply. Was that in California? I'm pretty sure. And then they stopped it. I'm like, fuck. I'm not saying we should do that again. I'm just saying everyone should be able to do, who wants to and who is able to, because there are some people who mentally, there are genetic, like they are not wired to be able to take these substances. I'm 100%. There's evidence for that. But we should be able to let everyone who's able to take giant fucking doses. I'm talking 4 grams plus of psychedelic, of mushrooms, or do DMT trips, do ayahuasca. We should be able to do these things. It's our own fucking body. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I can and can't do with my own body? A government. Okay? See, this is where I feel like Rick and Morty comes into place, because Rick's like, we hated the government so much that you guys made yourselves a fucking government. It's like government full of Ricks. Well, isn't there research that says psilocybin, like the spores can last in space? Yeah, and if they traveled, that's panspermia, yeah, right? You can take genetic data or whatever it is, but why wouldn't you be able to take spores of mushrooms to be able to put them onto now that would have to be directed, so someone would have had to do it, unless they existed somewhere before that. That doesn't make any sense how that would work unless it was directed. Someone deliberately did it. But just think of that. Where did mushrooms come from? What's the oldest mushroom art we have from people? I think it's, if you look at, someone look it up, it's Tassili. There's some Tassili mushroom art. It's from like, oh, it's so old. It's really, really, really fucking old. Like, I think 10, or like up to 10,000 or something years old, or maybe even a bit more. And it's just like these mushroom head creatures that are like bodies, that got bodies and faces, and they're running in a certain direction. And it's like, people are doing mushroom art tens of thousands of years ago. And if you, there's some archaeological evidence too, like there was this giant mushroom, like petrified mushroom from like a long fucking time ago. So, and we know that if you just look back at time on a planet, things were a lot bigger in certain periods of time because there was more oxygen around the planet, and the trees were gigantic, dinosaurs fucking huge. Like, things were a lot bigger. So why wouldn't there be gigantic mushrooms? Could you imagine if there were gigantic mushrooms and the dinosaurs are eating gigantic mushrooms? That would increase their brain size. But we looked before. How did I get back to dinosaurs? Because last time we got dinosaurs that showed T-Rexes only have a brain size of like a banana. Like, what? But just think, okay, where did mushrooms come from? Because if they are native to this planet and they just sprung up from this planet out of nowhere and they're from here, well, then that means, and if we are as well, not saying, okay, we're all from here and everything that is from here was always from here, then they are us. But if they did come from somewhere else, then we were from somewhere else or genetically modified, then they still work with our mental faculty. Like, they still work with our neurochemistry, brain chemistry, everything. Mic's quite up, turned it way up. Anyway, I think it's because where I'm sitting. It all works with our brain chemistry and our neurochemistry, and like, it sends you to place, like, if we weren't supposed to use these things, yeah, I know Paul Stamets. If we weren't supposed to use these things, our body would reject it, and it wouldn't work with us. So that's why I'm like, we've got to have some connection to it genetically. Like with cannabis, it works. We have CB1 and 2 receptors in our brain, and like, our body can regulate cannabis. So we're supposed to use it, and we have been for thousands of years. That's the same with mushrooms and DMT. If we weren't supposed to use these things, it would kill us straight away. And sure, there are some mushrooms that do, but the ones that send you to fucking places that, good God, who knows, then we're supposed to use them because they work with us. I need a drink. Let me put these on so you can see your comments. Mycelium. Yeah, Mycelium network. I saw that comment as well. If you look at the Mycelium network of like, they did it. Japan based one of their, or some of their train systems on a mycelial network because they let it grow and see how it grew in like a little tub, and then they were like, oh, that's interesting. So they based their train or subway system off the workings of mushrooms. Which is interesting. $7 grams. Yeah, I did 4, and I went to wherever you want to call it, fifth dimension, light, moksha, heaven, whatever the fuck that is, Bliss. Now, would you dry them? Or just eat them wet? Because you need to eat a lot then. Tell me more. How does time travel work? Like physically? Like metaphysical? Or like that's crazy. Is it like Avengers Endgame when they go through the inverted spiral? Because there was, if you listen to the physicist and what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson said years ago, I think, there is a path you can take around two colliding black holes that if you did it properly, you would come out in the past. I'm like, okay, if the math and the physics checks out on all that. See, I think they're working with material math and science though, that I don't think UAPs need to. There's no way that they need to. Like, that's cool to find out that if you took a certain path around two colliding black holes, you would come out in the past because that's how space-time works. But looking at UAPs, they're like, you can see them. They're there, and then they're there, and then they're there. Sometimes there's no direct line. It's just popping up in different places. It's interesting. So how do they work? That could be true too. Why not? The universe is 13.5 billion years old. Earth is 4.6 billion, okay? B. Who the fuck knows? Honestly, you're never gonna find evidence of shit back that far along. Like, they found some like volcanic, some bits like super old, but I'm talking about other stuff that is evidence of this. You're not gonna find it because it's all gone. There's just been too much time. Slime mold, yep. I think we all could. I think I'm legit. We all need a fucking reset, but we all need to do a giant, well, everyone who can, we all need to do a giant fucking dose and we all need to, you know what we need to do? All do a giant ceremony together so we can all access the same thing at the same time. Because I've heard that happens on ayahuasca trips, I think. And they all go to the same place and they're all in the same place at the same time. The people who are having the same experience. It's like, what? If that is true and that can happen, why then couldn't everyone in the world do the same thing at the same time, same ayahuasca, whatever, and then all connect to the same thing at the same time and all communicate in a different reality? Like, isn't that what they were doing at Eleusis, basically? Like, if they were all doing it at the same time, wouldn't you be able to do that? But what Eleusis said, they would come back reborn. And I'm like, that's exactly how I felt when I came back from shrooms. It's like, yeah, it's a completely new look on life. Yes, it's like the World Wide Web, the mycelial network. If you watch Fantastic Fungi, and you show the network under the trees, and it's like, holy shit! Or yeah, it's all connected. Ooh. Okay. OJ. Oh wow, look at that. Mike Wazowski looking motherfucker. That makes sense. Time isn't objectively real, it's a measurement. Yeah, because time is relative. As we see in Interstellar. That we talked about before. Like, if I'm living here, 100 years could go by on a different fucking planet. While 1 minute is going by, or 10 minutes are going by here. Shadow. It's the absence of something. Is it really? Or is there something there we just can't see it? Result of a divergent magnetic field. See, magnetism, electromagnetism. That's what they were saying before all this stuff. It's all magnetism. Let me think about that. Both the mystery rights and UAPs are connected. Free energy transmutation. Well, they do talk about the flame, the light. Okay, the thunderer. I got a mate who's got a beehive. He's got like a garden, all that, veggie patch. That's cool. Acid shrooms and ecstasy at the same time. Holy fuck. We should all do the same fucking thing at the same time. And then we all come out in like do it on a Friday, a good Friday. Do it on a good Friday. And then we just take a weekend after that to just reset and be like, okay, let's just collect our thoughts and what the fuck we're gonna do going forward. Like, who cares about weekends and days and whatever? Like, I'm not. After that, we're not gonna be like, oh, it's Monday. We gotta get up at 6 o'clock, go to work. Fuck you. Like, all these ancient religions are talking about going to places and just doing this shit all the time. So why the fuck can't we? Why do we have to live in this slave system of making money for Israel and fucking Jews and sending off shit? We don't need to live like this. We never have. Yes, please. Yeah, isn't that Tesla stuff? Electromagnetism and all this? Dude, remote viewing. Like, if you believe in this, okay, I'm bored. I was listening to I can't remember her name. She's a blonde chick and she does like a bunch of remote viewing and she's on a bunch of the podcasts. And she was talking about she was remote viewing into some bunker, some weird UAP like alien bunker, but here. And then she said she got yeeted by some other remote viewer who pushed her out, like just fucking gone, get out of here, because she was looking around at some places in this bunker, and then someone else just found her and threw her out, like psychically or whatever. I'm like, okay, so if that is true, and the government uses psychics, but they're not telling us, well, then they know exactly something that's going on that they don't want us to know. If that is real, and we know the police here, I know the police here and maybe other places, they use psychics to help solve crimes that they can't work out. Sure, I don't know if it works out 100% of the time, but it's the fact that they're still using psychics when they're not saying the police, but the society is projecting out, oh, these people, don't go to them because it's not true, it doesn't work, it's all bullshit, it's all hoo-ha. Listen to the science, listen to this, go to work, do this. But if the police are using them, if governments are using them, if the religions are using them, like the Vatican, then they know they work in some capacity. But they're telling everyone not to look at that. That makes me want to look at it more and see what the fuck is going on. Always. Just like Snape said, always. Could you? Oh, sorry, it made me think of the new Harry Potter because Snape's gonna be a. Yep. Oh, it's not gonna be good when they hang him from a tree. It's exactly that's what happened in the movies. See, for travel, it wasn't travel for me. It just pulled me straight out of reality of this material, whatever. Put me into the void, or like complete blackness. I had to deal with my shit there in the darkness. And then when I finally got it, when they were screaming back at me, nothing matters, it's fine. And then I finally got it, and then I dissolved into the light. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then that's when that's the moment. Everything just, I still remember that feeling. It's a really crazy feeling. But it was more of controlling me, like just straight taking me out and then putting me somewhere else. It wasn't like I got to travel there. And then when I had that thought, because I was like, oh my God, how long does this last? Because I was worried about time. I'm like, oh, is this eternity? Because my still framework of time was eternity and holy shit. And then it just bang straight in my bed like that. Within a millisecond, I was gone straight back in my room. I'm like, okay, what was that about? So I didn't have the chance to be able to just take the time and travel places. I was just taken out and then put straight back in. Our bodies are made of electricity, like we conduct electricity. Yeah, that's why don't touch the fucking electric cord or put the toaster in the bath. Don't do what did he do? Mel Gibson did it in that's that movie. I can't remember the name of the movie right now. It's blanking me. What Women Want? Yeah, What Women Want. He put the toaster in the bath, and he could hear all women's thoughts. Now, could you imagine if there are people, not that way, that could actually hear your thoughts and control like what they wanted to hear and who they... I wouldn't put it past one of these fucking reptilian people. That's what I'm saying. After World War II, everyone was like kind of reset to a different narrative. Shut up, go to work, do this, do that. See, we've been caught up in a time. I mean, it was a little bit before that because like you got the Industrial Revolution and you got all the paper mills and people started doing work like that. But I'm pretty sure post World War II, it was like, here we go, we're resetting the world. Shut the fuck up and do what we say. It's basically how we've been living for a while. Let me have a look at Torah. I've seen it before. Let me have a look at Torah. Because I know the Torah media shower, which is what destroyed our fucking place in Younger Dryas, but Toroid. Okay. So like a donut. Oh yeah, that frequency idea. Okay. Yeah. So like your aura projects out like that way, kind of, and like kind of what happens with the Earth, with the magnetic sphere, that kind of idea. Defense against the dark. It will be bad now. That's funny. Ability to see in other dimensions. See, that's what these fucking whatever UAPs must be able to do. Because if they're telling us now that they're more interdimensional than anything else, just fucking do psychedelics and if you want to travel dimensions, honestly. What it sounds like, because when Armin talks about, okay, when they're seeing things that aren't here, when they're on these rituals and stuff, and they're seeing what's around us, but we don't see it. That's basically ayahuasca and psychedelics, especially ayahuasca, because they're talking to beings that aren't here, but they're right there for them. So it does mean, like, are these things just all around us all the time and we just can't tap into it? And why can't we? Could you imagine the world if we could see that all the time and everyone saw it all the time? I think that's why we come here. To get away from that, honestly. This place is supposed to be maybe peace and a bit of quiet, away from all the... Because when you're on psychedelics, it's not like... When it hits, it's like, okay, let's go. And it's pretty full on. So maybe when you're coming to this third dimension, you can sit there in silence and it's like, oh, this is nice. But then when you sit there for too long, because time where we are is like every goddamn second. And when you're sitting in like school and it's a boring fucking work meeting or something, and you're like, ugh, why this fucking hurry up? I think it's all an illusion. Because once you get to outside of this place, it's full on and there's shit happening everywhere all the time. And it's just... So I think coming here is like supposed to be like a holiday. Supposed to be. But we need to make it that again. Why can't this be a fucking holiday world? Why can't it? Why does it have to be this work world? Like, everything changed once I did mushrooms. I'm like, fuck this place. This is not where we're supposed to be. This is not what we need to do. This is not what we're here for. Yep. Some people can see aura. See, that's the thing. Other people just being themselves are connected to aura. Like, you can see auras. I've had some people say like, oh yeah, I saw that person's like a certain color when I see them, and I know to stay away from them, or this color, that means I'm like, I don't see any of that. So how do people must be more connected than others to be able to see this stuff? And I'm like, fuck, why can't I? That's the point. That's the thing. Bad trips are because you can't handle your own shit. That is 100% it. And I found that a lot of people with anxiety and all this shit, and they go, oh no, I got too much anxiety. I just can't. Oh, it's too much. I'm like, let go. That's what it told me. Just nothing matters. It's fine. Let go of all your shit. But obviously they can't. You can't pick up the hammer. I saw that one. Yeah, bad trips, it's you can't handle your self-reflection. You can't, hey, what is it? You can't look in the mirror. Just like what Armin's talking about with all these texts. You gotta look yourself in the mirror. Are you able to? If you can, then you're fine. Because I know that people who have left, sure, they're not the best people, but they still get to the light, even have doing terrible things. So it's like, I think if you can be okay with yourself and everything you've done and let go and move on and not hold on to that shit, then yeah, you can go, you can leave. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, even Hitler can fucking leave. Why? Because he's okay with what he's done. There's no morality in the fifth dimension. There's no morals. It's not like, oh, I'm a bad... No. If you can be okay with everything you've done and you resonate at that frequency, then you can go there. Doesn't matter what you've done. That's why there's no fucking... Morality exists here. And while it exists here, and when you can see something happening that you don't agree with, then you got to do something about it. Otherwise, what are you going to do? You just sit there and let the government fucking rule your life? The fucked up thing is it's us letting us do this to ourselves in different perspectives. We're all the fucking same. Just like I quote Poppy all the time, splinter and divide. That's what we do coming here. We splinter from the single source to become something else. to perceive something else. A cylinder with timelines. See, that's why I would love to go back and actually do the mystery, like the death to life, the way they do it back then, so I can understand what the fuck they were seeing. Because I get lost when I'm reading all these texts and then hearing Armin talk about this, and they're talking about this, going to this place, and I'm like, dude, it's fucking confusing. Honestly, it's confusing. Even for someone who's been outside of reality, I'm like, it's still confusing. I would like to see it and be there and be like, oh, okay. Now I can come back and explain what the fuck was going on. Oh, Looking Glass and Stargate, yep. They use remote viewers and Oracle. They use them. So, like, we know they fucking use them. Why? Because they know it works. The government wouldn't be using these people and making these programs if it didn't fucking work. It's just the bullshit they tell us. Oh, don't look into it. Don't. Because they don't want us to know. Because if we knew, we wouldn't go to fucking work and do all the shit we are doing today. That's why Tim Burchett said, yeah, everything's going to collapse when people find out what the reality is. I'm like, okay, if the reality is that it's exactly, or something like they live, that there are some kind of alien fucking interdimensional being, hybrid, whatever, that have been here and have been here for a long time and are living with us. Here's my thing. If you are one of these beings that is here and has been here for this long, and you've seen all this shit happen for thousands of years, and you've lived alongside it, watching it happen, knowing you could, if you're able to do something about it, if you knowingly have been able to do something about it and you didn't do something, you should be expelled from this fucking planet for allowing everything that's happened to happen. If you had the ability to stop it. If you didn't, then fine. We can talk about it. But if you've been here and you're one of these fucking aliens that has all this power and is able to do something and you didn't do anything to stop it, then you're complicit and you can fuck off too. Just like the Jews can fuck off to Israel and the Muslims can fuck off to their own countries. You aliens can fuck off to your own dimensions or wherever. Unless you have a really good excuse. It's like, well, our dimension was destroyed. It's like, well, if you have interdimensional travel, you can fucking do a Rick and Morty and go to a different one, alright? Fuck off. You've been part of this bullshit that's kept us enslaved by these governments for so long, and if you're part of it, you can fuck off too. Yep. Oh, I lost where I was at in the chat. Ooh, this is interesting. That's awesome. I don't have 15 grand for a fucking Tesla coil. But that's cool. Restructures your molecules. I wasn't gonna spend 15 grand for that. I'd rather do a trip. I'd rather do more. Not 15 grand. Ooh. See, when I meditate, I love that because I don't feel my body. You lay down, close your eyes, meditate, and like get to a place where you don't feel your body. I love doing that. I've done that. I used to do that underwater. I do the Wim Hof breathing, so I don't need to breathe for like, I think my max was like 7 minutes. I think I did when I used to do it like after footy training and all that, like when I was doing it a long time ago. And I would sit at the bottom of the pool and then I would just meditate and I wouldn't feel, it's cool when you're in the pool because you can't feel anything. And it's like, oh, you can get to some places there while you're meditating in water. And that's just straight meditation in water, no drugs. Okay, now I found. Yeah, decalcifying the pineal gland. I just drink filtered water all the time now. See, whenever I dream, I never fucking, or when I get to a point where I'm like, oh shit, I realize, then I wake up, I'm like, ah, fuck. It's always the way. Just when before you're about to wake up, you become lucid, and it's like, oh, and then it's like, oh, I gotta piss, I gotta wake up and go to the toilet or something. It's like, oh, annoying. Plasma. I got this book here that you can do a thing, and you just sit here and you get the energy from your hands and you can feel the resistance. I was like, I just had a look and I'm like, oh, I'll read that. And then I started doing the thing. I'm like, oh shit, I can feel it a lot. I go in the sauna and I do it, and I can feel this resistance, and I feel like my hands are this close, but they're actually like this far away. I'm like, oh, well, okay, interesting. DMT as well, 10 out of 10. Oh, only last 10 minutes. Now, did you just do it once, or did you do it in and then out and then in multiple times? Because I've heard people do that. They go in and they come straight out, and they're like, fuck, I want to go back in. Actually, I gotta go. I'll play you a clip while I gotta go to the toilet. Give me 1 sec.
The Christ is a drug, and that drug is the way of salvation.
Athene takes 2 drops of blood from Medusa, one from the left-hand side of her body and one from the right. She gives them to the god of healing, Asclepius.
They're thinking of making the human body the producer of the drug. They're looking at using multiple drugs to create the potential that the human body has to make its own communion. It's why we insist that the vessels are virgins, because the person becomes the vehicle of the drug.
The drop of blood from the left-hand side of Medusa's body is lethal, a deadly poison.
Theriac is a multi-drug component that's used to balance, poison, or death bringer, they call them.
The drop of blood from the right-hand side of her body, the Greek word is soterian, savior. It can revive you from the dead.
It's the pharmakon soterias.
So like an antidote?
Exactly, an antidote. The balance of the one that can kill you with the one that can keep you alive.
What's the point of that?
To die and to be born again. Did you know there was a savior before Jesus? Yeah.
Medusa has always been the monster who could save us.
There you go. Oh, better. Okay, where was that? DMT, baby. Okay, now this one, I want to get to this one. This one's interesting. Babies definitely see things in other dimensions. Well, there's a Netflix show which has they're talking about reincarnation, and they're talking about kids up to about the age of 7 are connected to some like different, like they're still connected to some other consciousness or higher consciousness, because they can still access things that we can't. You know, like when kids sit there and they say, oh, here's this, and everyone thinks it's, oh, it's just imaginary friends or something like that. It's like, no, they're actually talking to things that they can see and they believe is there because they can see it, and like they're connected to things. Like I've seen it firsthand. I talked about it last time. Something happened and I'm like, what the fuck was that? And in the Netflix show, it's like they're talking about kids who remember their past lives, and this kid, how he died, and it's like, what the fuck? And he remembered the exact park he went to with his family, his old parents, his old life, and he's remembering all this other shit. It's like, there's no way like a 4-year-old would know this. There's no way. So 100%, where we are living, the Buddhists are right, the Greeks are right. They've been telling us for thousands of years. Why is it now that we're being taught through what Christianity, that there is only one life and then we go to eternity, and it's not even eternal fucking life. Read the goddamn text. It says ionic. Sorry, I get like that. It's like, it's not what the text says. Sure, sometimes they have aidios, but as we saw in the Luke thing, it says aidios, and then you got ionic next to each other. So if it both meant eternal, why would they write the same word twice? Doesn't make sense. Generations and generations of dumbing and numbing down. Yep. I was just, did I talk about this on the last stream, or was I talking about it with someone else? I think, because I talk about this shit all the time. We only had the visible light spectrum, which is fucking nothing. It's like, what if humans could see gamma rays, right? Or the Hulk. What if humans could see X-rays? What if we could see other things? We only seen a tiny bit of light and things that are around us. %. Music sound waves actually moving around in a spiral. Now, yes, you just reminded me of a bit. It's probably in my video, but you reminded me of it. Like, I was laying there before it all came on, and I heard this. It was like, it was beats. It was just sounding like beats, just constantly boom, boom, boom. Like, it's like, and they got louder, 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 louder. And then I closed my eyes, and then boom, gone straight out. That was there. So it is 100% frequency and dimension. Like, that's why I'm like, why can't we just get frequencies to recreate that instead of having to use drugs, like psychedelics? Why can't we just use a frequency to do that? I don't know. Because I do that. I sit there and I listen to 110. If you put on 110 hertz and you do the Om chant, you can hear the vibrations changing, and you can actually sync the vibrations. I've done it before. So I put it on the big sound bar, and I put the 110. So 110 hertz, it's on YouTube. You can just download or record it and then do the Om, and you can hear it changing, and you can sync it at the same time, and it sounds like nothing. And I was like, whoa. And then it stays after. If you do it for long enough, like half an hour or something, you can still hear it. You can feel it inside. It's so crazy. It's like, okay, what is that? You would think after you've stopped listening to something, it stops. But no, it stays there without you hearing anything. And where did these ones come from then? The parasite, where did these entities come from? Or these energies come from? It's the same place? Because I don't know. Because when if I was in fifth dimension, which is based on what Matthias said when he described it, if it was the fifth dimension, that was complete white light energy bliss, and there were other beings there, okay? But it was nothing like, it was just white outlines of other beings. There's nothing like, oh, entities and aliens and all this shit. It's just outlines of beings and energy. So where the fuck are these other ones coming from, which we're talking about in all the ancient texts, which can have an effect, and which we're talking about now with, like, I always go back to that polarity interview with Rachel, when she's talking about, they put the pentagram, and then in the center of the pentagram came out of this entity, and they were communicating with it. It's like, okay, where are these ones coming from then? And how are they interacting with this one just through chance and probably drugs still, but like, how? Where are they coming from? Because it's not the fifth dimension, or it's not where I went. It's not where I went. So I don't know where these ones are coming from. Because if we're thinking third, fourth, fifth dimension, which it's not really that way, but just think of it, third, fourth, and fifth. Maybe they're lower dimensional entities, so the second dimension, because that's polarity. Not just polarity, that's polarity. Second dimension, 1 and 2, okay? So if these ones just feed on lower stuff, like, you would think they're... That's, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I would like to know where they're coming from and how they're interacting with it, how they're operating, where they're operating. Because if it's fourth dimensional, that's time. So that just means that they're beings looking like us or coming from something like us. They're just traveling through time. And that's what the stories say with like Rendlesham Forest. They're coming through time. But I don't know how an entity would exist in the second dimension. Like, what would they look like? You see, if you're... Okay, first dimension is a line. Second dimension is that. Like an L shape. So what kind of entity would exist in an L shape reality? Why? What? Just curious. Too much interference. Yeah, good call. Good call. Plus, that's what I said. If everyone stopped doing what we're doing, we all get on the same thing at the same time, and we all connect with Gaia through ayahuasca, then we can all communicate with like a different thing at the same time. And then wouldn't that make sense if Gaia could come to us all at the same time and tell us one thing at the same time of what we need to do, instead of a few people here and here and here over hundreds of years giving their stories. Like, we connect to it all at the same time. Why can't we do that? There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Man, Wizard of Oz hits hard now too, doesn't it? UV. That's true. Time is relative. Oh, yeah. Centuries. Now, is everyone on board with the idea that we choose where we come into and what lives we choose? Because if we choose to come into the bodies we do, and we know exactly what's going to happen, but we get memory wiped, so we forget what's going to happen, so we gotta live this life. It's like we already know what's going to happen, so we know coming in what's going to happen, but we get wiped. Because that is like replaying a video game that you've already played 1,000,000 times. You know what's going to happen. You played it. No? Is it a no? Okay. So what are we doing here if we don't come here, if we're not knowingly coming here? How do we get here then? I know how we get physically, but like, where are we coming from? You reminded me of when I went away and I went to the shops and I was yeah, oh, it was so bad. That happened one time. It was ooh, some Greek. Okay, the frogs. Hercules details the road and layout of Hades to Dionysus so that he can retrieve Euripides. The layout of Hades. See, I can only speak to, okay, I've been here, whatever was like the void, and then the light. So I can't speak on all these other places that they're talking about, just where I've been and what I've experienced. And the kick on, like the beginning of the trip, is lights, colors, shapes, sounds. And it is frantic. And then I saw, as in my video, I saw like old Super Mario stuff. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? So it's all stuff from my childhood, like the old gaming stuff. I'm like, okay, why am I seeing this? And then beats, lights, it was all shapes. Every time I looked to a different way, it was a different shape, different color, different sound. It was like, everything changed as soon as I changed my view. So if you stuck to one view, it would be the same. But as soon as you looked here, different color, different shape, different color, different shape, different. And that's how quick it was. I'm like, oh my God, this is too much. Depends on where it's taking you. See, exactly, that's right, because it took me to that place, and then I had to get to the other place by letting everything go. See sounds and hear colors. Yes, I've heard that. I've heard that before too, yeah. 11 stable dimensions. Yeah, I don't... yeah, I don't know. I don't know the numbers. Dualistic, so we're seeing all possibilities. Yeah, because if you have a choice, you can choose your next possibility through choice. Time is a circle. We just don't experience it that way, that's all. Here. What? I gotta look into that. Wow. Used to believe in what? I missed. I think I skipped. Used to believe, that'd be interesting. Facts by how to hunt. Hunt together era. Here we go. Hunt together era. Yeah, like Terrence McKenna with the stoned ape theory. Yes, but time is cyclical, which chronos, time, but then I also did another video. Ionic is outside of time. So like, okay, that's where I was, outside of time. Yeah, we do filter out a lot. A lot. That true. That too. Yep. Dude, when I first saw the Truman Show, I'm like, hang on a minute. I actually literally, when I was a kid and watched that, I'm like, oh my God, are we living in this? And it actually felt like, yeah, this could be right. This could be it, just on a bigger scale. And then I seen Jim Carrey do the fucking, all the shit he's been doing. All the creepy shit he's been doing. I'm like, yeah, well, maybe. Feels like it. But think of time. Okay. When everyone is gone from the earth, like whatever happens, something happens, like everyone's gone, everything's fucking done. What do we start a new cycle? It's gonna start a new cycle, new earth, new reality, new whatever. And then we just do this all again. And why do they say we do it? Because we need to learn things about ourselves, or think about time. Just really think about it. Okay, we're living in a place where it's one universe, where it's been around for at least what, 13.5 billion years old. We're 4.5 billion years old, the Earth. And when it's all done, then what? Start again? It's like, well, what's the point? This is exactly, see, when I start thinking of this stuff, it's like, yeah, nothing matters, it's fine. It's exactly where you need to be when you're thinking about leaving this reality. Nothing matters, it's fine. Don't be attached to anything here, because there's no point. Because it's not going to serve you outside of here. That's exactly right. It's a splinter, it's a fracture of light. Didn't they prove that in a there's some YouTube video where they showed like 8D reality. I think it's called 8D reality, and they had this weird looking framework, and they showed you how it works when they put it to the sun, and the light shows how 8D looks 3D. And I'm like, oh, okay. It is wild, and it works, which is crazy. Music suggestion while you're on stream? See, I didn't need music when I was on it. But if you're on like a low dose, I would comfortably numb, or like put on some neuro beats. Ice bath, yes. Yeah, conscious breathing. Mm-hmm. 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 Floating in and out. Yep. You can get there. This is fasting. You need to fast because it does interact with like your gut and stomach. So if you fast before, then it's gonna be a more powerful trip. or on mushrooms. Or on mushrooms. Yes, you are not your thoughts, not your feelings, not your body. That's yeah, that kind of meditation, yeah. Where your consciousness goes, you go. Yes. But that's with everything. Like if you're thinking about certain things all day, then that's where your mind's gonna go all day. That's how you meet negative entities, when you go back and back. I just saw a video that some dude was kicked out of the DNT realm because they told him to fuck off, stop coming back. Like, how many times did you go, bro? Fuck. If entities in another realm, like the DNT realm, are telling you to stop coming, what? And they kick you out, so he literally can't go back anymore, even if he takes it. Nothing happens. Crazy. If you watch Duncan Trussell's Netflix show, the I can't remember what it's called. It's the cartoon one when he does a cartoon show with like podcasts with other people, and he's talking about this exact thing. Like they're trying to create, I can't remember, was it the ethereal body or something like that? They're trying to create a body that exists outside of material that you can use to traverse other parts. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. What's it called? The Midnight Gospel. Watch the Midnight Gospel. There's one of the episodes in that one. Like the whole show is great, but if you watch one of the episodes in that one, he's talking about light bodies. I'm pretty sure it's a light body that he's talking about, or someone's talking about in the show. It's basically psychedelics and what they said at Eleusis, and what they're talking about in the other text too. On the 7 grams you did the Wim Hof? Before you even knew? Oh, wow, okay. Do you guys know this dude called Kalindi Ely? I think his name is Kalindi E or Ely. This dude did YouTube videos talking about doing 40 grams and stuff like that. 40. 40. It's like, fuck, man. I don't even know. That's 10 times what I took. And I'm like, I can't even fathom what the fuck. And then I read, there was this girl who did like 20 or something ridiculous, some amount of LSD that was way too much, and then it cured her some ailment. She had some ailment, and then it cured her, like, because she thought it was something else. I think she said she thought it was cocaine, but then it was like powdered something else. It was like a psychedelic, and then it cured shit. I'm like, oh, okay. And that's what happens to Paul Stamets. Paul Stamets, when he was talking about, he did way too many mushrooms and he was stuck in a tree during a thunderstorm, and then it cured his stutter. I'm like, okay. And that makes sense now when you know that the science is backing that up, because there's studies everywhere now that they're saying it rewires neural networks that wouldn't normally communicate to each other. So your brain is able to work, I don't know, in a higher functioning state now, in a better way. And that makes sense because that's what Alex Jones talked about. I don't care what you want to say, he's CIA, but whatever. I'm just going, here's what he said. When he was a kid, he used to have hallucinations when he was sleeping and dreaming, and he would see shit that he wouldn't be able to explain. Just take it for what it is. It's not just him. It's like there's other people saying that. And like we hear people seeing like entities or beings standing at the foot of their bed. I'm like, I even know someone who had that. So I was like, okay, well, what do you do with that information? And I've had experiences where, well, it's only in really bad times, but it still happens. It still happened. And then I told on my last stream, like, yeah, here's what happened. In Wales. Go Wrexham. Oh, remote viewing. Oh. See, if you can access these things with psychedelics, why can't we access them without it? Like, what are we stopping? How are we stopped from doing this normally? And if we can do this, fucking why? It should be fucking legal and everyone should be able to do it. But no, that'll just change reality. Could you imagine if everyone was doing stuff and then we actually saw, and everyone's walking around on tripping, and we actually see these entities or these hybrids that are like they live, and it's like, oh, what the fuck? What are you? Ionic, Rama, yep, ionic ether. Pigeon's wing? Bright pink lettering. What the fuck? Lettering. Look, this is interesting. I don't know if it's bright pink though. It is bright pink. That's interesting. Hope you use drums. Yeah. Yeah, and then listen to the ayahuasqueros when down in doing ayahuasca sessions. They're like doing beats and songs. Frequency, satyrs, drugs, mystery. Will not be televised. Yeah, it won't be televised because we got to do it ourselves. See, I can't do it. I can't do it at fucking that stuff. Like if you can do it and enjoy it like that, great. But I can't fucking do that. I gotta be quiet. Give me just dark, quiet, close my eyes and let's go. Go in. Got that 110? Yeah, nice. Space-time is the shadow of counter-space. Shadow beings. Dimension that Tesseract lives in. Tesseract. Every time I see Tesseract now, I think of fucking Avengers. Yeah, different dream. Hey, brutal. First that James P. Hogan, the whole Inherit the Stars series. Okay. Okay. Cool. Enter it. Alright. I'll have a look. Yeah. Fuck, it's going back. Alright, let's go through. Stop dumping. Yep. Fuck. Yeah, no. Graham Hancock talked about that. There was some dude who was in the ceremony with him in ayahuasca, and he was like, he's a bad dude. He was there to fucking ruin people's. Yeah. It's like, what? Why? Fuck off. See, I hate that shit. Chose everything. No proof of the esoteric endgame. But just think of time. Like, just think humanity, time. Okay, everything ends. What's next? Purgatory, waiting room. Have I ever had a serious mental disease? Well, do you consider suicide ideation for 7 years? Wait, 5 years? And then mushrooms changes everything? Just work, yo. Purple Fire. There was a video. There's a video about. It was on the real fake history channel again about one of the Scottish dudes, John Grant, was when they were trying to protect Constantinople. I think he made Greek fire, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. So, and they said about it that it's adhered to everything, and the more water you threw on it, the more flames it made. And I'm like, hang on, that's exactly what they're talking about with the. There was a robe or something. I can't remember who it was, but it was in one of the texts. The more water they threw on the fire, the more flames there were, and that was in an ancient text. And then you've got them in Constantinople, a Scottish dude using Greek fire to do this stuff. And the more water they put on it, the more flames there were. I'm like, okay, so the ancient texts and the modern TV shows are talking about the same thing now. Every fucking day. Oh. Now so a bit less, but a lot every day. I had that for a while. So this sounds like kind of like Egyptian talk, the way they used to talk. Like sound is doing this, lights this, ethers that, waves. This is the only thing I'm gonna disagree with Armin on is ancient Egypt, like the pyramids. Because he's like, just a pile of rocks. Language is better. I'm like, look, I agree with you. Language is like a builder of society, but I don't think I think he's working off the mainstream idea of the pyramids, especially the Great Pyramid. And I mean, if you look into any of the stuff that Hancock's done, and like you look at the mathematics and the physics of it, it's like, hang on, and the astronomy, you're like, hey, things aren't matching up. Like you look when does the sun rise in Leo facing when the Sphinx is facing Leo at the sunrise? I'm like, yeah, it doesn't fit right now. It only fits like thousands of years earlier. So either it was built then, or they're trying to talk about a time then that was like 10,000 plus years ago. Not the normal 2,500 BC that we're looking at. Because in 2,500 BC, you look at all the pyramids that they're building after that, and you're like, hang on a minute. The Bent Pyramid, the other pyramids, they're all shit compared to the Great Pyramid. There's no way that they built the Great Pyramid and then fucking declined so hard, so fast. No way. And you look at like if all this is real, that all the measurements are real, that the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid, you multiply that by 43,200, and that gives you the circumference of the fucking Earth. And then you take the height of the Great Pyramid and you multiply it by the same number, 43,200, and you get the polar radius from the pole to equator. And you're like, okay, hang on, what the fuck? So they put the dimensions of the Earth in the Great Pyramid. And then you look at when Orion matches the Great Pyramid, the pyramid, the three belt, the belt stars of Orion match the 1, 2, 3 pyramids. It doesn't line up to 2,500 BC. That's the problem. And you go, what? Within 3/60ths of a degree of true north, they built this too. Like, how do they have that knowledge of mathematics and science and astronomy back then? Like, yeah, they would have had that because they would have had the priesthood, but there's no way that they built that back then. This was much, much earlier. This is the way that they've done it. You look at the King's Chamber, and you're like, what the fuck is this? There's no it's not a tomb. Look at all the tombs down in the Valley of the Valley of Kings. It's all covered wall to wall in imagery. The King's Chamber is just a bunch of giant granite blocks. And what's that? The red granite too, bro. Like it's got was it piezoelectric properties? You're like, okay, well, clearly they're using this for something, not just a fucking tomb. And it has no hallmarks of an ancient Egyptian tomb at all. For that time period. Doesn't make sense. And the mathematics that they put into that shit is crazy. Like, they've even got the speed of light apparently in it. It's like, fuck. These dudes were trying to leave a legacy, it sounds like, of knowledge. It's exactly what it sounds like. We don't, and we could be 100%. Developed? What do you mean soul is being developed? Because if we take the kids at their face value, they're saying they remember their past lives and what happened to them and where they went and what they did. Weren't they wasn't their soul in a body then? And then it's just come back and filtered down into a different body? I can't wait for GTA 6, man. Drums? Yes, yes. Do not drink of the river Lethe. Yeah. Give me a bump. Yep. And what do the Freemasons text use? What text do the Freemasons use? Torah and the Talmud. Okay. If your reflection doesn't lead to free Palestine, you know that all of this. Did you watch any of the original, like the beginning of the stream? I got no love for fucking Israel. What they're doing. I just couldn't go through it anymore. I just brought up so much shit. I can't do it anymore. It's just free everyone, man. Fucking free everyone. Free everyone from this fucking tyranny. Whole world. Are you talking to me? I'm praising and loving Zionists. You missed the whole beginning of the stream. Go back and watch that. Go back and watch. Kronos cut you down, yep. Fucking man, you guys are killing the chat. Thank you so much for being here. I'm way behind. Rainbow light body. Oh, yeah. That's it. Tibetans. Oh, I've read the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Has anyone read Tibetan Book of the Dead? That tells you the protocols for dying and where to go and what to do. It's like, oh, that's gnarly. And then, oh yeah, that's right. I was talking about there was the 3 poisons in Buddhism, which is like I can't remember the exact. You look at the 3 poisons in Buddhism and what they are, and then you look at the Gospel of Mary, and it's telling you what the 3 or like the 5 worst things are. It's like 3 of them are the same things in Buddhism. I'm like, that's interesting. Let me pull it up. Because I haven't read this stuff for a while because I've been reading a lot of Greek. Greed, attachment, aggression. So of greed, aversion, ignorance. So they're talking about, I think it's 2 out of the 3. I think they're talking about ignorance and greed are named in the book of Mary Magdalene in the Gnostic text as like 2 things that you should avoid. And I'm like, that's interesting that they're connecting Buddhism and Gnosticism. If your brain works properly. Yeah, but they fucking destroyed our pineal glands with all the shit they've given us. Lion's Mane, yeah, I've heard Stamets talk about that one. Rogan, like there's Lion's Mane, there's another one. Apparently it healed his Turkey Tail. Talking about his mum's cancer and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Nice. Psychedelics remove the filter to allow the pure novelty. Yeah, it is. It's like that's what it's like when you go straight out of this place. It's like removing a filter. Well, he agreed. He admitted, yeah, I fucked up there. But I mean, when you got that guy that's getting fed so much fucking bullshit from governments, so they can make him look like an idiot too. Like, yeah. See, that was the whole thing. Like, that kind of like Bob Lazar is like, I don't know what kind of information I'm getting because I'm working with a government agency. Who knows what's. I said that. I think I said that on Twitter too. Like Lazar has said, oh, one of these craft came out of an archaeological dig, and now the latest one on Rogan, he said it came out of the ocean. I'm like, why didn't he say that the whole time? Unless I missed that bit, but I've watched a lot of his stuff and I've never heard him say that it came out of the ocean, the one he saw, or the one that he was told about. He just said came out of an archaeological dig. But now he's coming out and saying it's out of the water, which is interesting because now they're focusing a lot on the water, the underwater. So I don't know. Conversing with a tree. Trees could. Oh, Tolkien would love you, man. He loved trees too. Yeah. Yeah, we're in the middle period of a fucking change. That's what it feels like. But we're still being run by retards. Yep. Yeah, I think we do too now in Australia or New South, like my state, or in a few other states here, that you can use it, but it is super expensive. Yeah, it's so fucked up. See what they do? They give you they tell you can't use it for how fucking long, years and years and years, because it's a Schedule 1 drug. It's harmful. There's no therapeutic use for it. That's Schedule 1, and then all these studies come out that say, oh, it actually does help people. It is therapeutic use, and now we'll let you have it, but we're going to charge you a fuck ton of money so we can make all this money off it. It's like, hang on a minute. Mushrooms, you pick them up from the fucking ground. It's not $1,000 a bloody... You know, we're all being fucked. Hmm. It's like funny. 3D space? Let me say light and shadow similar to a photo phasing in and out of 3D space. Photons. Photons facing out. Like, what are these doing? What are they doing? These UAPs? Are you talking about not address reality? You want reality? Read the fucking text. What are we doing here? How do we know if time is... Well, it feels linear right now because we're living second, minute, hour, day, week. That's what we're living right now. We think we are. We feel, we experience we are. Bang on Egypt, still amazing. Yeah. You can go, like, the Edfu building text that, like, talks about the flood pre-fucking way pre-civilization. It's like, okay, what are they doing? And they tell you not to, they tell the Egyptologists, don't tell the tourists exactly that bit because it's too fucking weird and out there. We don't want them to know that. Golden ratio, yep. Irish towers? Okay. Yeah, Graham Hancock right now, like I showed with my video, like, look, man, I said, if anyone can send that to him or tweet, clip that bit, say, hey, Graham Hancock, fucking look at the ancient Greek text because you've been doing the ancient Hebrew stuff and you've written books on on the religion and the fucking Ark of the Covenant. Where the fuck are you on this stuff? Where are you? Journalist involved. Yeah, he's doing more ancient stuff now and other stuff. I'm like, hey, you're a journalist. This is the fucking huge story. Huge. The biggest. Maybe the biggest we've got in human history from, say, 3K BC onwards. Or 1600. Call it my name. Because 1600 BC. Because that's where all the texts are from that start point. Chemical factory, yep. Technology, yeah. Oh my god, you look at Zahi Hawass, what a fucking cunt. Like, we've seen old old footage and photos. When they found the Sphinx, it was covered up to like its neck in sand. Like, how the fuck? And then there's a hole in the head. So they must have been able to go in and check and know what's in there. But shut the fuck up. Don't show it. And then there's another entrance at the back of the Sphinx. And you look at the water erosion. It's like, and then they put an Ancient Aliens episode or one of these fucking episodes that was like, it's wind erosion. It's wind. It's like, motherfucker, it's water and we know it because it's rounded edges. And there's trickling water marks through the fucking limestone. Don't give me that shit. See, they're lying in Egyptology, they're lying in archaeology, they're lying in philology, they're lying everywhere. In politics, it's all a lie. Until they get proven wrong. And then they keep fucking lying to keep their money train going because they're selling books. I went to the... Hi, what's up, Dark Riff? I went to the museum a few years ago and they had a Ramses 2 exhibit here in Sydney. And when you go through, when you've watched, it was amazing. Fucking all those artifacts. And then you get to the end and you get to the gift shop and you know what it is? Zahi Hawass book, Zahi Hawass book, Zahi Hawass book for the kids, for adults. It's like, they're just selling books, man. That's all it's about. Yeah, something like that. Some ammonia or some other weird shit. I just got fucking deja vu, dude. So fucking weird. When you know when you get that feeling like, oh, I've been here, I've done this, I've been here before. If you go back and watch my video when I went to Vegas, I even said I had this huge. I was sitting in the shop, the T-Mobile shop, because I had to get my fucking SIM card fixed, and I looked across the road, and there's the Coca-Cola sign across the road from the T-Mobile store in Vegas on the Strip, and I was like, whoa, I had a big one there too. But I was just looking at the chat, and I had this. Oof. Okay. Main pyramids go back before the... Yep, that's what I... Yep. Yeah, you would need heavy rainfall to make that much erosion on the limestone. And that rainfall hasn't happened in Egypt for thousands of years. Like, way earlier than what they're saying it is. Flooded pyramids. Okay. Yeah, and Robert Vival, they found out. And that was the book, The Orion Correlation. Amanita muscaria, that's the one that Graham Hancock talked about, and then I put in my video. He's saying the shamans eat Amanita muscaria, or the reindeer, was it? I can't remember. The reindeers were the shamans. They eat the Amanita muscaria, and then they drink the urine of the shaman, and it's so much more powerful. And then you got Armand reading Galen talking about drinking urine, and it's super powerful. And it's like, oh my god, it's the same thing. Shamanic, ancient Greek, fucking everywhere. Now, what do you reckon of the sacrifices with South America, though? Why are they killing that many people? Just for a rain god? Or crops to grow? Do you really think they're that fucking stupid? Or they... I don't know. That's crazy. We will never know because they burned the fucking Mayan codices. Stupid Christians. Well, light is energy. Like, we can use it as solar energy. Halfway through the Two Towers. Fuck, I love Lord of the Rings. Breaking out of the elite system. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, I know the penis envy one's strong. Yeah. Yep. Yep, yep. Then they work. Yeah, they work. Yep. If you get the right ones. The ringing cedars of Russia. Okay. Like the trees? Is that trees and shit? Oh, what is this? 10-book series. Oh god. Oh, Harmony with Nature. Okay, yeah. Okay. Cool. Now it's on my search history. I'll go back to that. Yeah, I was watching this chick talk about, it was on Polarity too. She was talking about plasma and plasma states and stuff. It was interesting. Yeah, I watched a few of his ones. Why aren't more people talking about it? Because it will break their reality, as I've shown, as I talked about in my last stream. Breaks their reality. They can't fucking handle it. Yep. That's right, Heaven's Mirror. I read, oh, what's the other one he did? He did, it's the one about like the cave art with the drugs and the cave art. Yeah, there's the Sphinx Stela, the Stela tomb. Yeah, there's this Stela in front of it that says they repaired it. But if you look at the enclosure and how much erosion there is, no way. Bro, yeah, you can check that video too. I did. I fucking got so funny. She was so drunk, man. That's fucked. That's funny. Hey, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, Vegas was interesting. The labyrinth, yeah, that's what I want to know. Where's the fucking labyrinth? Give me the labyrinth. Like we can, because all these people, like I used to watch Jimmy a lot. You know, Johanna. They're talking about all this stuff. I'm like, okay, and then I start reading the Greek, and I've actually read the who was he was, because they brought up, oh, he's talking about the underground labyrinth of the library or something. There's some library, and I'm like, oh yeah. So I started reading it in Greek, and I'm like, okay, this is what it actually says. Because they're talking about it. They're ancient Greek authors talking about what's happening in ancient Egypt. I'd rather do that than read it in English or listen to someone who's making money off it talk about it in English. Yeah, that's what the discussion was. I've recorded the Graham Hancock one with him. And he's talking about Elohim. We don't know what that word means. I'm like, well, we don't need to worry about what fucking Elohim means because I've got it right here in the Greek. Hosteoi. You will be as gods. Multiple. God is a liar. The serpent was telling the truth. It's right there. I was rereading it because I was sending the chat. There was something, because it's the Garden of Delight. That's what it's literally called. It's what's called the Garden of. Well, it's not. It's called Delight, but if you look at the lexicon, it's actually it can be voluptuous. I'm like, and it's not Eden. It is not the Garden of Eden with a nu. It's not an N. It is an M. It's the Garden of Edem. Okay. And what is Edem backwards? It is Mede. And who is Mede? Medea. Missed it. You haven't missed it. You're here. We're still here. I'll be doing a little bit more. I'm gonna go through the chat a bit more, and then I'm gonna go have something to eat before I go to work. But yeah, I might. Let me have a look. The Garden of Delight. Actually, I've got the word right here. I got it right here if you want to have a look. Give it a sec. Takes a little bit of. So it says paradiso tes trufes, and that is right here. Trufao, which is the verb. I'll take that off for now. Which is the verb on the left here. Says to live softly, delicately, luxurious. So that's the word that's being used in Septuagint. Paradiso tes trufes. And what does it say? The Garden of Delight. And what does it say here? Effeminacy, to be licentious. Hey, to be licentious. Okay, so we're talking about sex. Look, we're talking about daimons. Fastidious, discontented. That's number 3. Now let's go. See, delicate, luxurious. Truferos, delicate, dainty. It's got the same kind of daintiness, softness, effeminate, luxurious. So I don't know why they put delight, because delight is not here in the lexicon. Delicate, daintiness is softness. The garden of luxuriousness. Insolence. I mean, they were insolent to God in this, apparently, if you read it. And in some places, they don't actually put this. In some Septuagint editions, they don't actually put this word, taste through face, which is interesting. They just said in the garden, but this in it says in the garden, and they've capitalized the light, which is interesting because it's not even in the LSJ. The object in which one takes pride or pleasure, through fama, some kind of ornament. There you go. That's where they were. Edem. Oh, that's right. I was going to bring up Edem. So you can see it's not Garden of Eden. It's not Eden. It's Edem. But that's a bit further back up. Where is it? Paradise. If I guess. Adam. Actually, if I put Edem in the search, then I can find it. Oh, anyway, I'll find it and I'll see if I can post it on my Twitter. on my X. Because it is. It's not Eden. It's Edom. But everyone is looking at is reading an incorrect translation. But the Septuagint one right here in the English, it says Edem. So I don't know where it fucking changed to Eden. Who did that? Little liars. Telling you, Micah, it's only because I'm sitting so far back, see? It's up. It's like way up. And sometimes I get interference when I turn it up too much. Found an interesting Egyptian word. Yes. Which one? Krust. Oh, yeah. I've had a look at this one. I've had a look at this. Yeah. Halls of Amenti. Oh, yeah. Hall of Records. Hell the Muse. Fuck yeah. Crowley did rituals in the pyramids. Yeah, a lot of people will do rituals and singing in the pyramids and stuff. And like even George St. Pierre apparently did something in the pyramids. He laid in the sarcophagus. Hey, what's up? Awesome to be. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Adamo. It's Adam. Says it there. Edom Medea. It's encoded in the story. Yup. Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's Andrew. Hey, what's going on? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Audio compression, meh. Yeah, I have heard of Adinkra codes through Billy Carson did something on Adinkra codes. I'm like, oh, that was back then. I'm like, okay. Now, do you really trust that dude? Eh. The Maori word for sun is Ra. Now, that is interesting. Python being, yeah. That's who they're worshipping. Saturn, Jupiter, all these different gods, all these different planets. It's all. See, once I get to Saturn and stuff, I'm like, oh my god, it's all. I was reading. Who was I reading? I think I was reading Julian. I think I was reading Julian in Greek. The apostate, the last pagan emperor, and he's talking about the sun, but not the sun. He's talking about Saturn, and he's talking. I was like, what? It's like they're worshiping the sun. Like, it's very strange. It's like, oh, when you look at their words themselves, you're like, holy shit, these guys actually are worshiping the sun like it's a fucking god, not just like, oh, sun brings like how we've been brought up. It's like, oh, the sun brings crops and harvest, and that's like, no. They're really thinking that they're fucking into all this. It's like, it's real and it works. Like that doesn't work. See, I think that's why they thought that for so long, or they've been teaching us that for so long, because they weren't incorporating the drug knowledge with that. And if we take the drugs and the following of these religions and these rites and these mysteries and these fucking following the sun, it's like, if you're in a certain state of mind and you're following it, then it makes total fucking sense. But the way we've been brought up without the drug knowledge, because drugs are bad, okay? Don't talk about drugs because we banned them and they never used them. And the Romans just wouldn't do such a thing. Well, it's a fucking lie, because drugs are all over the fucking Bible. They're all over the ancient Greek text. It's everywhere. It's just imprinting current day ideology, anti-drug ideology onto the past, which we should never fucking do. True. It's just the way we're framing it from our idea. Yeah, I've watched a bit of him on Danny. Yeah, I watched a bit of him on Danny Jones. Sun is not taking into consideration the drugs. No, I'm talking about we're not taking into consideration their use of drugs in relation to all their mysteries and like following those religions. Does that make sense? I really want to find this where it says Eden. Edom. Okay, there's Genesis. Bring forth the light. 6 day, fuck you, don't want that. Edom, there we go, got it. Okay, just so you know, I'm not fucking making shit up. Okay. This is Genesis 2:8. All right. Paradison and Edem. That's a mu there, and you can see Edem right here. Okay, Edem. Okay, so where did it change? Because that is clearly a Greek mu. M. So I don't know why that has N now. Someone fucked up the translation. And now we follow something that's not real. So this is why I tell people, I'm like, look, the ancient Greek says this. The English you're reading is different. So if you go back to the original, just read that. And then they just can't handle it. They go, no, I don't want to believe that. I'm like, hang on a minute. You don't want to believe the original text. That's where I have an issue. It's like when you show them the reality and it's like, here's what it says. And people just, their minds go, no, I don't want to believe that. That's what I can't handle. It's like, it's not like, oh, pushing religion or do this. It's like, no, here's what your book says. And here's what you've been told in English it says. And it's not the same thing. And when I said in my last, I gotta say, when I said in my last stream, the New International Version, I meant, I misspoke. I meant to say the New Living Translation is the one. The New Living Translation is the one that has, in Mark 14:48, have you come out against a dangerous revolutionary when it says Alastes? And we know that dangerous revolutionary is Astasiastes, or Astasiastes is a revolutionary. Okay? So the New Living Translation is fucking bullshit. And this is what we give to our veterans. So that's my view. If the word is actually this in the original, but it says this in the English, and you want to believe the English mistranslation, then you are believing a lie at worst, or just a fuck up at best. But what you're believing is not, and what you're reading in English is just not accurate. That's all. That's all. It's just not accurate. Read the original. We were talking about that before. Imagine what's in the vaults of the Vatican. Yeah, the chronovisor, time, space, who fucking knows? Chronos, yeah, Chronos, Father Time, yep, 1900s. Yep, yeah. What were the soldiers guarding in Afghanistan? Yeah, the poppy fields. They were guarding the poppy fields in Afghanistan. Why? Because they were taking all that, the heroin trade and opium trade out of Afghanistan. They were, See, this is why fuck the government, fuck the US. You can't. You're saying you want to make drugs illegal, but you're guarding poppy fields so you can control the drug trade, the heroin trade. Like, what? These people are fucked. We can't sit here and allow this shit anymore. They've been doing it to us for too long, and we need to get rid of them. And I'm not saying kill them all. I'm just saying get rid of them. I'm saying end the system. You're not allowed to do this shit. Nice propaganda. They're exactly, they are operating in the exact same way today. These days, the Zionists are operating the exact same way as the Nazis did. 100%. It's like, what the fuck? They're exactly the same right now. Yeah, I'm talking about specifically in Afghanistan when there's like articles of them. You can read it. Oh fuck, I was gonna say something. What was that about? Go back up. Go back up. Oh yeah, Zionists and the Nazis. Okay. This is the thing. One thing. Okay. Let me stop that one. So tactically, militarily, Hitler fucked up because he could have destroyed the British at Dunkirk and won. Well, he could have kicked England out of the war, then enforced a treaty to surrender there at Dunkirk. But no, he said, don't put the Panzer tanks there. They're already done. They're not going to come back. So he fucked up militarily. So he's an idiot there. Like tactically, stupid. Could have destroyed England. And then he would have had his whole Nazi army, the whole army would have been able to take on Russia in the east. And not in winter either. So they probably would have been able to take over Moscow because they got so close with what they had already. And that was being stretched on both sides. So stupid for not taking out Britain. I'm just saying tactically, militarily. Just think of this. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. Just think of it historically. Fucked up there. Could have killed them. Destroyed their whole army. Then they wouldn't have had an army to fight with anyway. So Britain's out of the equation. Goes and takes over the east with Russia. Then basically the Nazis control all of Europe by that time. And that would have been very early. That would have been like 1940. 40, 41. It would have been done. That would have been all done pretty early. And then you don't even have December 7 with Japan. Because like the war, if that happens, then there's no one going to help. Like even if the US tries to fight, the Nazis control all that. So that's very interesting. It's very stupid tactically. And then he didn't pull out the Septuagint and the Talmud, which existed at the time. So he could have, if he had all this information, the German philologists at the time in the 1930s were like fucking top of the game. The physicists top of the game. It's like Germany was like superpower at the time. They had all this information and knowledge, but he never used it to be like, hey, this is what the Talmud says, like I've done. He didn't stand there and go, hey, this is what the Jewish texts say. This is what they believe. This is what, like, we don't have videos and footage of him doing this at speeches, do we? Because if anyone does have that, can you send it so I can see that? Because I've never seen that. Because if he had the information and put it out to the world that says, hey, this is what the Jews believe. This is what they think they can do. This is what it says they can do to kids and all this shit. Then we get a whole different framing of World War II. And the whole West is like, oh, well, actually, if they believe this and they can do this to kids and they can rape and execute them, and well, now we understand what the fuck's going on. That's just a historical difference. So he didn't have that information, or if he did, he didn't use it. So on two accounts where he could have destroyed England, he didn't, so he's an idiot, because he pulled back his tanks, so what a moron. And then he didn't use the actual texts against the Jewish people when he just used whatever propaganda he had. I'm like, well, why not? Why didn't he use the text? It's all there for him. I'm like, well, if he used the Old Testament, that would have kind of fucked them because they were all Christians too. Like, you can read the things. It's like, yeah, he put himself above God or Jesus, like, because he has all the, he's still a dictator and he had his picture and his bust everywhere. So yeah, he wanted himself above all that, but he could have used the text. But then they still said, oh, we have, God is with us and everything. It's like they were Christians, but he could have used it all, but he didn't. So he's stupid on both accounts. So fuck him. So I'm not saying, no, I'm praising him. I'm saying you're still stupid. You dumb fucks. either way. But we could have had a completely different world and war if he used those texts. That's all. But now it's left to us when the Zionists are already controlling everything. They say, hey, this is what the texts say. This is what they're doing to everyone. And now it's kind of, is it too late? Is it too late? Kind of feels like it with what's happening right now. Kids getting Monty Python. He's not the Messiah. Monty Python. I don't know. What's your favorite Monty Python? Like, I think the first one I ever watched was Holy Grail, which is classic. They all are. I think Holy Grail, Life of Brian, fucking funny. I think those two are my favorites. Well, definitely after 1947, yeah, it was to establish that. Like, none of them are from Israel. Look at the genetics. I haven't watched that documentary, but I watched another documentary about no, there was a documentary about Florida with what pills were they? Fuck. They just way overprescribed these pills and everyone got caught onto it. I can't remember what the drug was though. Anyway, someone will pick it up. There was I watched something like that. He should have read the Greek. Exactly. And I'm like, that's what I'm saying. The German philologists at the time were at the head of their game. Oxy. Thank you, Oxycontin. It was the Oxycontin Express. That's the name of the thing. Thanks, Dan. Oh, and you. And thank you. Yeah, like Nazi scientists, we know Operation Paperclip happened. So they went to Russia, they went to the US, Braun, fucking huge Nazi, ran NASA, motherfucker, ran NASA. And they even ran with the moon missions, ran NASA. And then, that's what I wanted to bring up. Perfect, you're going right into this. There is like the video of Buzz Aldrin saying we never went to the moon, or like it never happened. Do I have it here? He's like all these videos now saying, oh yeah, it never happened, like we never went. And you look at the videos of before they went to the moon, and then when they came back, they're all just dejected. They're all absolutely dejected. They're all three of them sitting there like, oh my god, I've just seen something, or I've been told something that I can't fucking, like, is ridiculous and unreal. So they saw something up there, or they were told something about their mission. Well, Buzz Aldrin said it never happened, and the footage was like all made up for people to watch. And then we have them sitting there like they've seen something that's fucking horrific, or been told something they can't talk about ever again. It's like, okay, what the fuck happened? We've been psyoped for our whole fucking lives. My thing is, okay, 1969, you go to the moon with this shitty technology, awful technology. How the fuck did they even do that? And then 2026, you've got the best engineers in the fucking world, and all this technology is updated and everything, and you still can't build a fucking working toilet. Like, come on, Iron Man fixed his icing problem in 2008. Come on. You're telling me that the fucking government has or government contractors and all this shit has all these abilities with UAPs and all this fucking out there technology, and you can't send a fucking proper working toilet to space? Get the fuck out of here. Tony Stark built it in a cave with a bunch of scraps. I'm not Tony Stark. The eagle has landed. it's yeah. It's that kind of makes sense with like the dude I was talking about before. If he was brought into given into a breeding program to keep going with the line of King Solomon, then if you knew you were going to come down, wouldn't you incarnate into their same families? Has to be Life of Brian, yeah. Oh, the fucking clip when he's talking about he's doing his lisp. He's doing the lisp, and they're just fucking pissing themselves laughing. That's so funny. I was watching it again because it came up on clips. And then they're talking about, I'm a woman. I'm not a woman. It's like, let's not go there. That is exactly today. Yeah, but see, I don't know. Okay, but I was looking at, someone help me out. So looking into original Freemasons and Illuminati. I'm like, oh, okay, the guy who created it. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. The original idea was like an illuminated, enlightened, we can live enlightened, not have all this shit. But it was co-opted and taken over once he went bye-byes. So, but it doesn't make sense that, okay, if you're a Freemason, why would you want to separate church and state? You on the surface you would, but behind the scenes, you're still reading the fucking Talmud and Torah and doing King Solomon's fucking rituals. Like, watch the polarity video where he shows the doco where that guy was initiated in like the level 3. I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this? This is retarded. They went to the moon because if the Russians went first, there's a whole TV show about it on Apple. I watched the first couple seasons, then I got sick of it. I'm like, yeah, this is shit. For All Mankind. (1956). Wow. See, I told you, it's all starting from like after the war. We were fucking flipped. It all started to go into this fucking weird regimented. Oh, learn this. Shut up. Learn this. Yeah, now they're trying to fuck with us, being like, oh, this can't mean this. This might mean this. Mistranslated. I'm like, oh, just read the originals. It's so much easier when you know the original and what it says. And it's like, oh, well, this is what they were saying. Or as close as possible to what we can get to the original, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? There was some, I don't know what's fucking real anymore. And I think that's the whole goal. There was a video, remember when General Petraeus was testifying on the Hill or Congress or whatever, and he passed out or something happened, and there's a video out now where it's like a shot from the side view, and it's like this motherfucker his hands turn into like reptilian fucking looking things in his face, and I'm like, I don't know if that's original footage, but everyone's huddling around him to try and cover up what they're seeing. And then he turns back into a human. I'm like, oh, is that real? Is that real? Because if it is, then that means a general of the army, of the military, is a fucking reptilian. if that is real, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying if that footage is legit and that's where we're living, then okay, what the fuck? What's for lunch? Fuck, it's nearly 3 o'clock now. Yeah, I might finish soon, but I'm enjoying this. Thank you guys. What am I gonna have? I don't know. Chicken sandwich, maybe some prawns, protein bar. Yeah. What's the Bill Hicks is one of my favorite fucking comedians, man. When he's like, shut him up. When he was doing a bit and he was like talking too much about JFK, I think it was, and he's like, shut him up. If you never watched Bill Hicks, just go on YouTube and just watch Bill Hicks, man. That dude was so far ahead of his time. It wasn't even really comedy, it was just political fucking commentary as comedy, but oh fuck, it was so good. Yeah, who knows? Some fucking alien human hybrid. I mean, okay. Now, there's shit we don't know, which is blah blah, alien human hybrid maybe. But there's stuff we do know, which Epstein files fucking said they're cloning people like way back. What is this? In the mid 2000s. And then there was a fucking 60 Minutes doco by an Australian 60 Minutes doco that was talking about the ability to clone things, and this is like in 1990s or early 2000s, and the guy's like, if we had enough money, yeah, we'd be able to do it in a few years. This is back then. And then you got the files which says Epstein and Katie fucking Couric, who was on mainstream news, she's like, oh, I have moral issues about it. And then Epstein goes, oh, we can make clones without a head if you have an issue with it. Fucking what? So we know what's that movie? I rewatched it again. The Island, dude. That rewatching The Island now is like fucking okay then. And then you look. Someone posted a clip. Transformers and The Island have the same shot where the car gets destroyed on the same bridge, and you can see there's the same on the right here. There's a truck, like a white grey truck. That's the exact same thing. And it's like, hello, it's the same shot from The Island, and they used it for Transformers. Michael Bay. And everyone's like, yeah, wait till you watch Disney movies. They just fucking look at all. Oh, I'm pretty sure someone did like a Illuminati fucking Masonic thing with Disney, and I'm like, oh my god. Yep, they've been doing it to us for years and years. What? Nope, I haven't seen that. Yeah, especially with like Tutankhamun's time. He was just a kid. Because I think once Akhenaten left, once he got out, they were like, "Fuck this guy. We want our control back." Because Akhenaten went to monism, and he took control away from the priests. And he's like, "Oh, we're gonna follow sun god Ra," and it's like, "Okay, we're just gonna be monist." And then the priests are like, "Ah, fuck you. We want our control back." And then they killed the kid. Or he fucking died in a chariot accident, hit his head, whatever. And then they got their control back. Yep. The Knights Templar. I love hearing about the Knights Templar now, because it's like when you listen to Armin, he's talking about yeah, well, what about the Knights Templar, what they do and what their rituals are with their initiates. And he said it on Danny Jones. The initiates lick the initiates lick the ass for the fucking, it's just fucked up. Like, what the fuck is this? Well, oh, that's right. Since we're talking about that, I did see something just came out that they said if this is real, this is what they said on Daily Mail. As the astronauts swept over the far side in the Orion capsule, they reported seeing striking geometric patterns, winding formations they deemed squiggles, and unexpected shades of green and brown across the rugged lunar terrain. What? Striking geometric patterns on the far side of the moon. Why are they saying this? Huh. Okay. What's going on? Antarctic Treaty, man. Did you see the video, the live stream that dude was doing in Antarctica, and they stopped him? They're like, no, fucking, you can't film here. It's like, hang on, this dude was live streaming in Antarctica, and they said, fuck you. What is down there? And you watch the polarity video. Oh my god, I love polarity. He's been doing a lot of interviews and stuff. And that dude said they're building fucking giant space lasers. I'm like, space laser. I'm like, okay, this dude worked there as a janitor. I'm like, okay, well, but what's he saying? They're trying to build giant space lasers to shoot down fucking UAPs that are coming into airspace. And then you're like, okay, how do you back this up? And then he brings out the fucking evidence with the photos that they got giant green space lasers. And what's he saying? They want to build gigantic ones, the Trump administration, because they want to be able to annihilate anyone, any opposition at any point on the globe. And I'm like, oh, yes. So then he controls the world. Do you honestly, what's going to happen after what year is this? 2026. When's the next election? 16, 2024, 28. 2 more years. What is going to happen after 2028? Do you honestly think that is he going to stay? Is he honestly, or is he going to have someone else there and he's going to control behind the scenes? Because I saw an old quote from Trump, that said, this was years ago, if I ever ran for president, I'd run for Republican because those people are so stupid. I could lie to them and get away with everything. Check me. It was on X. Like, okay. So what's gonna happen? Is there gonna be an election? There probably will be, but who's gonna control that? Who's gonna be in after? Lizard people. Yeah. I can't believe that motherfucker is destroying the White House to build a giant ballroom and apparently a huge bunker under the... Again, bunkers. Why are they building bunkers if nothing's going to happen? Steak and eggs. See, I like chicken a lot more. It's leaner protein. Less calories. Draconian tyrannical. Yes. I did see that. But however, in this case, we know he was using drugs on them, so it's kind of tough. It's kind of hard to be like, yeah, I can see it, like maybe. But if they were using drugs on them, which we know he was, then that's more evidence that she could have been fucking tripping out as well. Thank you. I'll see you next time, or at a LB. We do know the gods are crossbreeding with humans. Who are the gods? Okay, what they're crossbreeding is they're putting drugs into their body and venoms and snake venoms and all these other drugs into their body so they can create a race of Christs, whatever you want to call it. Who are the gods? Well, if you read the Greek text, they're the pedos. Some of them. Heracles, Zeus. Because you've got to use kids for the mystery. Fuck. It's so fucked up. But, I mean, how else is it going to work? Yeah, that's right. We are all gods. Gods. Yep. Oh, fuck. Still going? Oh, yeah. Chat's killing it. Thank you. Yeah, Ezekiel 27:12. Oh, is that like the wheel? Are you talking about the wheel and like, is that that bit? Ezekiel 27:12. I've got it in the Septuagint here. Let me see if I can. What page it's on? I've got to go there because this is the old book on the Come on. Hezekiah. Where is the index? Okay. There's Ezekiel page 979 on this one. Okay. Nine 7 9. Okay, Ezekiel 27:12. No, I've gone too far. 27 20. Oh, yeah, I'll pull it up for you. Yep, 27:12. Ooh, it's gold. Something about gold. I can see that. Hakedonioi empore su apopletus passes iscusu gurion kai crucion. I read this, haven't I? Oh, maybe there's another part. Maybe there's another one. No, I have. In sukais anthropon. I think I've read this, haven't I? No, maybe not. Maybe there's another one I've done. Carthaginians, merchants because of abundance. Is this the one? Greece, both the whole 25, 6, 7. Is that it? And what is it saying? Where is that? I lost it. Fuck. Oh, there we go. Shows most of the inconsistencies between Hebrew and Greek. Oh, okay. So I'd have to go to the Hebrew and okay. But what does it say? It say Carthaginians were the merchants. Because of the abundance of all the strength they furnished, market with silver and gold and iron, tin and lead. Like what? Okay. I'll have to do that another time. Check the Hebrew on that. But we know that 300 BC or 3rd BC earliest. What? People with money and tech. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what they were doing. Inbreeding the whole fucking time. Of course, they don't want to let go of power. Because maybe they knew that they could reincarnate into the family. Probably not. I mean, that's no moon. Yeah, you reckon the moon is like Truman Show? They live inside the moon while they're monitoring us? You can't fly over the South Pole. Well, you can't show what's over the South Pole, over Antarctica, because then they'll expose the underground bases. Or what do they say? There are certain areas which you're not allowed to go. There's like a giant fucking a hole in the ice where people aren't allowed to go because they'll go missing. And apparently that's where the aliens control. Whatever. Believe it when I see it. And they're never gonna show you. Agatha. Oh yeah, that's right. So stupid. 7 years of struggle. They want a third term for him because he's already been in for the second time. Oh, speaking of data centers, did you see what happened? What they said? Oh, where is it? Oh, I don't know if I saved it here, but apparently it was something about Iran's gonna destroy the AI data centers from or whatever Sam Altman one I think it is. They said they're gonna destroy the data centers, or the AI data centers. Like, okay. And look what did Iran say? What day is this? No, this is 2 days ago. Iran warns of massive historic surprise tonight. Well, nothing fucking happened. And yeah, here's the quote from Tim Burchett. Americans would be up at night worrying if they knew the truth about alien life. And I said, I fucking hate it. Just tell us. Man. The Mandarin, yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, maybe we need to end a certain country's ability to influence the world and spread everything. It's tentacles everywhere. Well, I ever worked at the chicken farm? No. No. What do you reckon about they found a giant with red hair from Iraq when they went into Iraq in like 2000s? Because Hillary wanted to fucking, I don't know. Really? Maybe. And they took it straight to Wright-Patterson. Drugs they were using can change the DNA. Yeah, well, I know he was using scopolamine, which they were using in ancient texts. Now, scopolamine, we know, like, if you tell someone anything, they will do it or they will believe it. So if you are trying to already torture someone mentally and you tell them, and they're on this drug, and you tell them, I'm a demon, and they're trying to take them away from, or pretend you're Jesus and you're a demon or something, you could make if you're on a drug like that, you could make someone believe that they're seeing that. You could. But he could also turn into one. I don't know. But if you're on a drug, it's much more likely that they're manipulating through that. And she believed she saw that. There was a Statue of Liberty in South America. A storm. Yeah. Enoch. You want to look at Enoch? The book of Enoch? You know what it says in Enoch? They're doing drugs, sex, magic, and singing songs. That's what it says. The Book of Enoch. The Nephilim is right there. The Nephilim, the Gigantas, the giants, and they're doing pharmakeia, epoids, so drugs, singing songs. I'm like, it's all there. Drug knowledge, the rights with music. Huh. That's what Enoch says. And then you got a guy coming out saying now Jesus was quoting Enoch, and that's not Armin. Another dude who's saying this on was it Sean Ryan's or someone else? Oh, someone else's one. Jesse Michaels. He said Jesus is quoting Enoch. I'm like, thank you. Enoch 375, yeah. Yeah, it's old. Well, yeah. Yeah, they're all linked. It's fucked. There's taking water and electricity away from people into the yeah. Fucking hell, 1,000-pound humanoid. That's what it was. But like apparently red-haired giant fucking thing. I don't know. Aryan, which is hilarious because it's like Germany, Aryan. It's like Iran, Aryan. You look at the swastikas all over the fucking world. It's like what? What the fuck is this? Now no one's allowed to talk about a swastika, even though it's thousands of years before the fucking Nazis. You gotta shut the fuck up because it's like, no. It's got nothing to do with that now. In that context, we're talking about, so India's allowed to have it because it's their religious symbol, but what about the ones that are drawn all over the place? The Hopi, like, I don't know if it's the Hopi, but like Native American tribes have it. Yeah, what did Armin say? He said there's the girl who would be on the drug regimen for being the priestess would be like 6 foot something when she's like a teenager because she's on all these fucking different venoms and stuff. So it would change her DNA and she'd be huge. I'm like, that makes sense. And also, I've been to Rome a couple times, and when you're walking through, yeah, so you got the Colosseum, but if you're walking through normal doorways in Rome, I can't walk through them. I'm 6'3". I can't walk through normal doorways in Rome. People were shorter 2,000 years ago. That's just a fact. People were shorter 2,000 years ago. So if you have someone who's 6 foot and people are walking around like a lot shorter, they're gonna look like fucking giants. So if you got someone who's 6'6" or 6'7", or that might be like bigger for that time, they're gonna look like a fucking giant, 100%. Because all the doorways are a lot smaller. Just go there, have a look. Yep, they fucking stole everything, took it for themselves, just like they do with everything. They just looted Iraq, man. Mm-hmm. 6 phalanges. Oh, okay. Blood was blue. Copper based. Wow. Maybe. Hopi medicine wheel. That's it. Think about. If we all, that's what I was talking about before. If we all did a trip at the same time, we can all. I think that's all of us, bro. We all believe the narrative, and then we all started reading the text and going, "Oh, well, fuck you guys. It's disgusting." So I think, yeah, everyone's at that level. Yeah, don't even talk about Tartaria and shit. Like, there's a lot of shit that's confusing him this time. All right, I'm gonna go eat. Thank you, everyone. Fucking another amazing time. I'm gonna put on. What am I gonna go out with? Always, I think I should always end with our favorite one because it's awesome. Yep. All right, thank you, everyone. I'll see you on next time. I'm not sure when that'll be. Maybe end of the week, and we'll go look through some text and all this stuff. But I just had to go through a bunch of news because I'm like, look, here's the hypocrisy, here's all this shit. My laws are fucked, and we're all gonna. Who knows how much longer we've got left? Honestly, who knows? So thank you all, and here we go.
Where it says whether it is the anointment or the drug drink.
Drug drink.
Yeah, whether anointment or drug drink.
So is it used as a drug term here?
No.
Can we give it credit for being here?
No, because it says the
or drug drink.
I'd have to read the context, but it looks like it's contrasting the thing that it'd be anointed on or the thing being drunk. Oh,
Okay.
unless the pharmacon.
90% of the time, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.